Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. So leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Western Metro paid me to inspect a dead rail line that killed 26 people in the 80s. They told me the wreck was cleared. So why did I find a train door still buried in the hillside with a human skull fused into the seat? My name does not matter. What matters is that for almost 3 years, I walked train tracks at night for Western Metro Transit while you were asleep. I was the guy in the reflective vest in the white pickup with the spinning amber light out there at 2 or 3 in the morning, making sure your train did not jump the rail and peel you open like a soda can. If you are listening to this, it means I finally did what my supervisor told me not to do. I wrote it down. I sent it to someone who would actually read it out loud. Right now, as this is being read to you, try to picture where I am. I am not in some control room or office. I am in a cheap second-floor apartment, over a half-empty parking lot behind a strip mall, the kind with a Dollar Tree, a vape shop, and a Chinese takeout that closes too early. The only light in here is the blue glow of this laptop and the jaundiced sodium lamp outside bleeding through the blinds. The carpet smells like old cigarettes and spilled beer from whoever lived here before me. Behind you, maybe your fridge is humming. Maybe your AC kicks on every few minutes. For me, it is the same fridge AC traffic noise from the highway a few blocks over. Normal sounds, safe sounds. But then every so often there is the other sound. A low horn way too deep for any car stretched out for a solid 5 seconds, like someone screaming through a steel pipe. Long, longer, then cut off. When it hits the glass in my window, vibrates the water in the cup next to this laptop ripples, and the floor under my feet trembles like something enormous just rolled underneath the building. There are no train tracks anywhere near this apartment. I checked. I knew the map before I ever moved in. Every active line, every yard, every siding within 50 miles of this city, I know them the way some people know the inside of their own house. It is my job to know. According to Western Metro's own system, there should not be a single locomotive within earshot of where I am sitting. And yet last week, that horn came through the floor so hard it rattled dishes in the cabinet. And for half a second, the reflection in my window changed. The parking lot vanished. In its place, I saw the black outline of an embankment under starlight and a row of dark windows sliding past, smeared with something that was not dust or rain. That was when I realized it was not just in my head. It was not just stress or leftover noise from too many night shifts. It was Greyline, the dead branch they paid me to walk alone. The one they said was safe, the one where 26 people died when a commuter train went off a curve and tore itself open on the hillside. They showed me photos back then, cleaned up, sanitized. They said every body was recovered. Every piece of the wreck was hauled away and cut up for scrap. They lied. Because months after that, boots sinking into mud halfway down an overgrown slope, my flashlight hit a shape that should not have been there. A rusted train door half buried in dirt and concrete, a torn red seat still attached behind it, and a human skull jammed between the cushion and the metal frame, welded there by impact and time like part of the train itself. If you still think this is just another ghost story, fine. Hear me out anyway. Because whatever derailed on Greyline did not stay on those tracks. And if the guy reading this to you did not cut the background audio, there is a chance you will hear it before I finish explaining how a wreck from the 80s followed me home to a place where there are no rails at all. 1.1. The horn under my floor. I am writing this from a cheap second-floor apartment that I picked mostly because it was nowhere near any train tracks. That was the whole point. No more horns, no more rails, no more metal under my boots at 3 in the morning. Just a faded little unit above a half-empty parking lot behind a strip mall, the kind of place nobody pays attention to unless their car gets towed. The walls are that old off-white color every landlord seems to love, only here, the paint is peeling in thin curls near the baseboards, like sunburnt skin. The carpet under my chair is a flat matted brown that always feels just a little damp no matter how many times I run the cheap vacuum over it. Somewhere inside the wall, the plumbing knocks every time my neighbor flushes. The whole place smells like old cigarettes and fried food baked into the drywall years ago. To my left, the refrigerator never shuts up. It has that low, rattling hum that climbs into your skull after midnight, vibrating in the roots of your teeth. The central air kicks on in uneven bursts, coughing warm dust through the vents before settling into a steady rush that makes the blinds tremble. There is a constant faint rattle in the ceiling, a loose duct or something, that I have been promising myself I will never bother the landlord about. My desk is a cheap little square table I bought from Walmart, the kind you can carry to your car in a box. It wobbles if I lean on it too hard, so I try not to. My laptop sits in the middle plastic warm under my palm screen, throwing a cold blue rectangle onto the wall. Next to it is a cloudy glass of tap water, half full, a ring already forming underneath because the table is not quite level. These are all normal things. This is what a regular night is supposed to sound like: appliances, old ductwork, distant traffic. I tell you this because I want you to understand I know the difference. I know what a building sounds like when it settles. I know what a fridge, an AC unit, and a neighbor's TV through thin walls sound like. I also know what a train sounds like. That was my life for almost 3 years. I walked tracks at night for Western Metro Transit while most of the city slept. I was the guy in the reflective vest in the white pickup with the amber light bar crawling along the right-of-way while you scrolled your phone in bed. I learned to tell the difference between a loose joint and a cracked rail with my eyes closed, just from the tone of a wheel hitting it. The sound of steel and weight has been burned so deep into my head that I still hear it when I stand on bare concrete. Which is why the first time it happened here, I knew immediately that something was wrong. It started subtle. I was sitting exactly where I am now, fingers over the keyboard, trying to pretend I could move on with my life if I just kept myself busy enough. Outside the window, the parking lot lay under a sick yellow streetlight, a couple of old pickups and a sad minivan parked crooked across the faded white lines. Some drunk laughed down by the vape shop. A bottle rolled and pinged against a curb. Inside, everything was quiet in the way apartments get quiet when it is too late even for arguments. The fridge hummed. The AC sighed. My upstairs neighbor's footsteps had stopped an hour before the last heavy tread fading toward their bedroom. Then the glass of water in front of me moved. It did not slide. It did not jump. The surface just quivered. A set of tiny ripples walked across it, concentric circles pushing out from the center, like something had tapped the table from underneath. My first thought was an earthquake, even though this city barely gets those. The chair vibrated under my legs, a low shiver that seemed to come straight up through the metal feet. I froze and listened. There was no passing truck, no bass from some kid's stereo, no helicopter overhead. The building itself felt still, the walls and windows solid. But the floor under me had that particular, oddly familiar tremor I had only ever felt standing next to a live track as a train approached. Not a shake exactly, more like the bones of the world being reminded of a very old habit. It built slowly, like pressure crawling up a gauge. The ripples in the water grew a little stronger, each one arriving at a steady rhythm: thrum, thrum, thrum. My brain started counting without my permission. Spacing, timing, weight, all the things I was trained to calculate from a vibration in the rail. Then I heard the horn. If you have ever lived near a railroad, you know that sound. Most people describe it as lonely or comforting or annoying. Two long, one short, one long at a crossing, that pattern drilled into your nerves until you do not hear it anymore. This was not like that. This one came from below me. It rolled up from the floor and through the legs of the table, a long, low bellow that made the water jump in the glass and the laptop's plastic casing buzz under my hands. The pitch was wrong, lower than any modern commuter train I have worked with, dragged out past the point of normal operation until it almost broke into a scream. It sounded like someone pressing their mouth against a sheet of rusted metal and forcing their lungs empty into it. 5 seconds at least. Long enough for my heart to drop into my stomach and stay there. The cheap blinds rattled. A picture frame on the far wall tapped once against the drywall. Somewhere in the building, a dog started barking like crazy, a thin, hysterical series of yaps that cut off the second the horn did. Then everything stopped. No rumble fading into the distance. No receding vibration. Just silence, like somebody had hit a mute button on the whole block. The fridge had even cycled off at some point, without me noticing, leaving the air too still and too empty. I sat there with my hands hovering over the keyboard, aware of every breath scraping in and out of my throat. This is the part where you might be tempted to say it was an overactive imagination. Stress, trauma, you would not be the first. My supervisor said the same thing when I told him what I had heard out on Gray Line. The company doctor put something similar in my file, a nice little combination of sleep deprivation and occupational anxiety. Let me explain something. By the time the guy on your channel is reading this out loud, if he did not cut the raw audio, you might hear that horn under his voice. That exact one. The low one that sounds like it is coming from inside whatever you are sitting on. The first time it happens, you will probably check your phone or your car radio or your speakers. You will blame the recording or your headphones or your imagination. If you do hear it, I need you to understand something very clearly. It is not on his end. This is not some clever edit. This is not sound design. It is a train that should not exist anymore, still running on a line that does not show up on any current Western Metro map. And for reasons I am still trying to make sense of it, has learned how to bleed through places where there are no tracks. For weeks, I did what everyone told me to do. I ignored it. I told myself it was just my head replaying night shifts I was trying hard to forget. Every time the floor buzzed or the glass trembled, I blamed the plumbing or the highway a few blocks over, or that freight line miles away that I knew damn well did not run at these hours. Tonight, that stopped being an option. It was about an hour before I started typing this. I was sitting right here trying and failing to scroll through a job site when the air went heavy in that subtle way I have only ever felt right before a train arrives. Not wind, pressure. A kind of waiting that makes every hair on your arms stand up like the room is holding its breath. The water in the glass did not just shimmer this time. It nearly sloshed over. The table rattled against the uneven carpet. The chair rolled half an inch back on its own. Somewhere deep in the framing of the building, something creaked like an old bridge span under weight. And then for just a second, the parking lot outside changed. I did not get up. I did not move at all. I just stared at the dark rectangle of glass, at the reflection of my own pale face and the blue glow of the laptop. But behind that, layered over the faint shapes of pickup trucks and trash cans, there was something else. Two dark lines ran straight across the asphalt silver under a light that did not belong to the street lamp. Rails, perfectly straight perfectly spaced, sitting where there has only ever been cracked blacktop and oil stains. Beyond them, an embankment rose where a concrete wall should have been covered in dead grass and shadow. Then I blinked, and it was gone. Just the parking lot again, empty and ordinary. That was when I opened a blank document and started writing. Not because I thought the police would listen, they have already decided I am fixated on the incident. Not because Western Metro will ever admit what they did and what they ignored. And not because any therapist wants to sit through another hour of me talking about brake logs and ballast and how metal can remember being bent. I am writing this because whatever is under this building has found me twice now, and I have the ugly feeling it is not going to stop. As I type that last sentence, the refrigerator kicks back on with a rattle. The AC coughs through the vents. The normal sounds return layered thinly over a quieter vibration in the floor, so faint I almost convince myself it is not there. Almost. Then, from somewhere directly beneath my chair, I hear it clack, clack. Two sharp metallic knocks spaced just far enough apart that I can feel the distance between them as much as hear it. The exact rhythm of a pair of wheels rolling over a joint in old rail. Only it does not get louder or softer. It does not approach. It does not fade. It just stays there right under me, like the train is not moving at all. Like the tracks have already been laid through this apartment, and the first car is waiting patiently, brakes set for me to decide whether I am getting on or not. 1.2. Why you should not hear my job. I used to walk tracks at night for Western Metro Transit. That sounds like a line from a story I know. It is one of those sentences that should end with a beer and a shrug, not an email to a horror channel. But that was my job, not a metaphor, not a phase. It was what showed up on my pay stubs and what my mother told people when they asked what I did. I work nights on the railroad, I would say, and they would picture striped overalls and a little hat, or maybe a cozy freight yard with pretty sunsets and Instagram trains in the distance. Nobody ever imagines the 3 a.m. part. Nobody imagines the bad joints and the black water under the bridges and the places where the ballast is stained a color that does not wash out. My title was some long HR mess, but it boiled down to 2 things: track inspector and signal maintainer. That means I was the one out there when you were not in a white Metro pickup with a number stenciled on the door and an amber light bar on top, riding the right-of-way in the dark. When the schedule cleared a window, I drove as far as the truck could go, then I walked. Rail ties, plates, clips, bolts, signal masts, switch points. All the hardware that keeps 100+ tons of steel from jumping off the line and plowing into whatever unlucky thing is nearby. I had a flashlight in my hand, a radio on my chest, and a whole city sleeping a few hundred yards away, completely unaware that their morning commute depended on whether I noticed a hairline crack under my boots. Most nights followed a pattern. I would clock in at the yard, sign out a truck, and make myself a cup of coffee so bad it should have been a violation by itself. The break room machine spat out something that tasted like hot cardboard. So on the way out, I would usually stop at a gas station, the all-night one with flickering fluorescent lights, and a cashier who looked like they had not slept in a week. You learn which gas stations have the strongest coffee, which microwaves heat a frozen burrito all the way through, instead of leaving a block of ice in the middle. I have eaten more lukewarm gas station burritos than I want to think about sitting behind the wheel of that truck, with my reflective vest hanging on the passenger seat and the smell of creosote and dust coming in through the vents. Out there on the line when the work was mindless and the night was too quiet, I would prop my phone up on the dash and let YouTube run through horror channels while I filled out inspection forms. Stories about haunted basements, cursed houses, true events that probably were not. The kind of stuff you are listening to now, just in someone else's voice. Back then, it felt safe because it was not my life. It was content. I could listen to some guy talk about a monster in the woods, while my headlights swept over nothing but steel and gravel and the occasional raccoon. Whatever was happening in those stories stayed inside the speakers. It did not climb into my truck. That is not how this works anymore. You should know what you are doing by listening to this. Most people hear a train horn and think background noise, a soundtrack to their city, something they can ignore like sirens or airplanes. After this, it will not sound like that anymore, not if you are paying attention. When you hear a horn after this, you are going to wonder where the closest tracks are. You are going to picture them in your head, the way they bend around your town, the places they run under streets and behind neighborhoods and along highways. And if you are anything like me, the first time you hear one and realize there should not be a train anywhere near you at that hour, it is going to sink into your stomach like a stone. I am not saying this because I want to scare you for fun. I am saying it because that is exactly what happened to me. I remember one particular night in the truck parked on a siding while a late freight crawled past on the main. The whole cab shook with each car, the coffee in my cup holder rippling the way the water on my table does now. I had my boots up on the passenger side vest, tossed over the dash, some horror narration playing off my phone. The guy was reading an email from someone who claimed their house sat over an old mine shaft. Groaning in the walls, knocks from under the floor, that kind of thing. I laughed. I actually laughed sitting there in my steel and glass box because the story had that same desperate tone I probably have now. Please believe me, I swear this is real. And I thought, man, some people will say anything to get a story on a channel. I let the video autoplay into another one, and another. Somewhere between 3 and 4 in the morning, I fell asleep to the sound of someone else's nightmare, my radio crackling quietly to itself. I did not realize the joke was on me yet. You hear enough trains, they get into your bones. You start to catalog them without thinking. The way a loaded freight growls and grinds. The high whine of a commuter set taking a curve too fast. The sharp metallic screech of emergency braking that nails on a chalkboard shriek that means something has gone very wrong. Dispatch voices layer on top of that, the short beeps before a call, the shk of static. Metro 3, you're clear to proceed. Copy Metro. Approaching milepost. After a while, those sounds stop being just audio and turn into a kind of second language in your head. You go home, lie down in your bed, and you can still hear a faint echo of wheels hitting rail joints and horns sounding for crossings 2 neighborhoods away. If this sounds obsessive, it is because the job demands it. You cannot half pay attention to trains and still be useful. Somewhere in all that noise, Gray Line was always there. Back then, it was just a name on a faded map on the office wall. A thin gray branch cutting off from one of the main corridors running out toward a cluster of suburbs and an old industrial park. The paper was so sun-bleached that the ink had gone almost ghostly. There was a little handwritten note next to that line in red from some long-gone supervisor out of service. We joked about it. There is always one line someone says is cursed. Most of the guys had a story. My uncle said he saw a light on a track that was supposed to be dead. There used to be a tunnel where you could hear voices. Railroad folklore. You need something to pass the time when you are out in the middle of nowhere with nothing but your own footsteps and the static in your ear. The older text said Western Metro had shut Gray Line down after a bad wreck back in the 80s. Something about a commuter set coming off a curve on a hill, cars piling into each other, people crushed or thrown down the embankment. They threw numbers around 20 dead, 26 whole families, depending on who was telling it. say derailment in a break room full of rail workers and the air changes. We all know what metal can do to flesh when it stops behaving. But Gray Line had been closed for decades. The rails were supposedly pulled up signals, dark crossings removed or paved over. It was a story about the bad old days, something to shake your head at before you went back to your route. Every once in a while, though, someone would mention the radio. Dispatch caught a call from Gray inbound. One guy told me, half smiling, half serious, leaning back in his plastic chair with a bag of chips crinkling in his hands. Wrong channel, wrong time. No trains on the board. Then it just cut out. Another swore that on the anniversary of the wreck, if you left a scanner on overnight, you could hear a call sign the system does not recognize anymore asking for clearance. Always the same milepost. Always the same panicked edge under the engineer's voice before static swallowed it. I rolled my eyes, told them they had been watching too many of the same videos I listened to in my truck. Interference. Crosstalk from some freight line out in the sticks. Old equipment glitching. There is a rational answer for almost everything if you want there to be. The thing about working long enough around signals and dispatch is this: you develop an internal map. Not just of where the tracks run, but of where sound should come from. You hear a horn, and without looking, you know roughly how far away it is, how fast it is moving, which direction it is traveling. You can point to the nearest active track with your eyes closed, just from the way the vibration hits the air. Which is why when that horn rolled up through the floor of my apartment tonight, I did not have to see any tracks outside to know which line it belonged to. Western Metro's main corridors run miles away from here. The freight lines curve to the south far enough that even on a still night, you would only get a faint echo. The little industrial spur up north is dead quiet after midnight. And even if someone broke every rule and ran a train on it at 3 a.m, the sound would come in sideways, thin and distant. What I felt under my feet was close, direct, like standing next to a live main when a full consist is bearing down. But when I traced that imaginary line through the city in my head, the one my bones insisted was there, it did not line up with any of the tracks I knew. It lined up with the corridor where Gray Line used to run, a branch that does not exist on any current map. A line that was shut down, stripped, declared dead long before I ever signed my contract. There should not be a Gray Line anywhere near this building. According to the company, according to the city, according to every satellite image and right-of-way diagram, there is nothing here but asphalt and pipes and old sewer lines. And yet, when that horn hit every instinct, I spent years training told me exactly what I was hearing: a heavy consist moving on a gradient that only Gray Line ever had, following a path my feet remember, even if the steel is supposedly gone. You do not have to believe me. You can file this under the same category I used for all those late-night true stories I listened to in my truck, entertaining fiction from someone who could not let go of their job. Just remember this when your own fridge kicks off and the room goes too quiet, if you ever hear a train and you really know there are no tracks nearby. You might be hearing my old job, and if it sounds like it is coming from under you, not around you, then it is probably Gray Line 2. 1.3. The night I realized it followed me home. There was one night before the horn under the floor, before the water on my table started shaking, like it was afraid when I could still pretend everything was normal, or at least that my life had gone back to boring. It was the kind of shift I used to pray for. No storms, no emergencies, no panicked calls about a broken rail or a signal dark in the middle of a rush hour corridor. Just me, my truck, a stack of inspection forms, and the same old miles of steel laid out under a cold sky. I remember the end of that shift, because there was nothing remarkable about it until later, which is how bad nights always start. I clocked out a little after 2 a.m, turned in the truck keys, and stepped out of the yard into air that smelled like cold dirt and diesel. The sky over the city was that washed-out orange you get when the clouds catch every streetlight. I was tired in that deep, grinding way that makes your bones feel hollow. On the way back to my old place, this was before I moved here, I swung into the speedway off the main road. The lights in there are always too bright at that hour, all buzzing fluorescent tubes and aisles that look like they were stocked by machines. The cashier gave me the same dead nod he gave everyone, slid a pack of cigarettes across, without looking up, and punched the coffee button on the extra strong blend with a finger that had probably done that 1,000 times. Outside, my breath smoked in the air while I leaned against the truck and took the first drag. Across the road, under the overpass, a commuter set was just coming through on the main line headlights, cutting twin white tunnels through the mist. I watched it like I always did. There is something hypnotic about a train from the outside when you have spent years inside its systems. The cars slid past one after another, windows glowing soft yellow shapes of people half asleep, half lit by their phones. To them, it was just another late ride home, another trip between work and whatever passed for their lives. To me, it was a long, breathing thing, every wheel set, every joint under catenary added together into a pulse I could feel through the asphalt. The horn blew for the crossing down the road, clean regulated, 2 long, 1 short, 1 long, and I felt my shoulders unclench. It was a familiar sound in a familiar place. A train I could point to, rails I could trace on a map. For a moment, I let myself believe that this was all trains would ever be to me again. Loud, inconvenient, but ordinary. I finished the cigarette, tossed the butt into the sand-filled bucket by the door, and drove home through empty streets. In those days, home was a 1-bedroom rental on the edge of a neighborhood where the houses all looked the same, and the only sounds after midnight were the occasional siren and the thump of a distant car stereo. Even there, if I left the window cracked, I could hear the faint echo of trains from the main line miles away. I used to need that to sleep. Years of night shifts had rewired my brain so that silence felt wrong. Too clean. Give me a faraway horn, the ghost of wheels on rail, some low industrial hum, and I could drift off. Take that away, and my own heartbeat got too loud. Maybe that is why what happened next hit so hard. I remember dropping my keys in the bowl by the door, toeing off my boots, and feeling the cheap carpet under my socks. I opened the fridge, stared at the sad contents, half a takeout carton, a couple of beers, a jar of pickles I do not remember buying, and closed it again. I was not hungry, just wired in that way where your body is exhausted, but your head is still pacing. So I did what everybody does. I turned the TV on for background noise. I do not even remember what channel it was. Some cooking show, I think, with cheerful music and knives chopping vegetables in a rhythm that made my eyelids heavy. I turned the volume down low enough that it was just a murmur, threw myself onto the couch, and let the light from the screen flicker against the walls. And then the TV went silent, not off. The picture was still there, some guy in an apron smiling over a pan, but the sound cut out so clean, it felt like the room had been vacuum sealed. My ears rang with the sudden drop. For a second I thought the power had flickered, but the lamp in the corner stayed on, and the little red light on the cable box glowed steady. I sat up, frowning, reaching for the remote. That was when the speakers crackled just once with a grainy hiss of static. And then I heard it. Ding. A single bright tone. Not the chime of a cooking show. Not some cheerful sound effect. This was sharper metallic, somehow carrying a shape that my body recognized before my brain did. Ding. 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 It came again. 3 times evenly spaced with that exact cadence I had heard 1,000 times, standing at crossings in the dark signal masts flashing red and white while a train bore down. The sound of a crossing bell, not a recording of one, but the real thing, the mechanical clapper hitting metal, piped through my living room speakers for no good reason. The cooking show host's mouth moved silently behind it, frozen in a smile, but the only sound was that bell chiming out a warning for a road that did not exist anywhere near my building. I turned the TV off. The screen went black, but the glass did not. For a heartbeat, it reflected more than it should have. Instead of my own face and the outline of the coffee table, I saw light moving across it, a hard, narrow beam sweeping from left to right, like a headlight cutting across a dark right-of-way. It slid over my knees, across my chest, over my eyes, so bright and focused that I squinted and flinched without thinking. Behind me, in that reflection, the wall of my living room had been replaced by an open space full of faint, upright shapes. Seats, handrails, the ribcage of a passenger car lit from the front by that single predatory glare. I spun around so fast I nearly fell. The wall was just a wall. Beige paint, slight shadow from the lamp. No light, no rails, nothing. Outside the actual window, the street was empty. No headlight, no moving beams, no train. Just a row of parked cars and the flicker of a failing street lamp 2 buildings down. My heart was in my throat, so hard it hurt. I stood there in the middle of that little living room, remote still in my hand, breathing like I had run a mile, staring at the TV now, nothing but a dark rectangle. The only sound was the hum of the fridge and the barely audible rush of the vent. I think that was the moment I knew this was not leftover noise in my head, I wrote later. It was the same line, the same horn, the same weight, and it was nowhere near any track. That was after I had quit, after the meetings with supervisors and their careful phrases about fitness for duty and personal stressors. After I turned in my badge and my keys and signed the papers that said I was leaving voluntarily. After I packed my tools into cardboard boxes and drove them to a place where the closest published rail line was miles away. I put distance between myself and Western Metro. I picked an apartment specifically because the only things nearby were a strip mall, a grocery store, and a bus stop. No crossing bells, no signals, no underpasses with rails humming above them. I walked away from that line. But there is walking away and there is being let go. I am not convinced Gray Line ever loosened its grip. That night in front of the blank TV, I could feel it like a weight behind my back, an awareness. The sense of something big and patient just outside the frame of my life, watching to see if I would notice. You might think this sounds dramatic. That is fine. You have the luxury of distance. I do not. I lived too long inside the rhythms of trains to mislabel what I was hearing. The bell in my speakers, the horn under my floor, the way the light cut across my reflection, not from any lamp or car I could point to, but from a single point at the height and angle of a locomotive's nose. These are not coincidences. They are the same line brushing up against the places I have tried to hide. To understand why a train with no tracks just passed under my floor, you need to know what we did out there, what I saw, what we left buried, and what kept running after it was declared dead. As that thought forms in my head, the refrigerator behind me clicks off with a soft, final little knock. The steady hum dies, and the apartment falls into a silence so complete it actually rings. For a second, I think my ears have given out. Then, from under the couch, right under where you would put your feet if you sat down in front of this screen, I hear it. Clack. A pause just long enough for my brain to measure distance. Clack. Another. The same spacing, the same metallic contact. Clack. 3 perfect jointed rail hits evenly spaced the way a pair of wheels would sound rolling over old bolted sections at a slow, deliberate crawl. Only there are no rails under this building. Just concrete and pipes and whatever part of Gray Line has learned how to run through places that were never meant to carry it. 2.1. Childhood under the horn. Before Gray Line ever had a name for me, before I knew what a right-of-way plat or a milepost marker was, there was just the track behind our house. I grew up in a town people only find on a map if they zoom in too far. Somewhere in the Midwest, somewhere in that band of states, they call the Rust Belt like it is one big piece of metal going bad. Our main drag had a Dollar General, a laundromat with 3 working machines, a liquor store with a red neon sign that buzzed and flickered like it was dying, and a bar that always had the same 5 pickup trucks out front. The Walmart was a few miles down the highway, technically in another town that had a slightly more respectable name. We lived in a single-wide trailer that had seen better decades, parked on a little rectangle of dirt and tired grass. The siding had faded from white to a color that looked like old teeth. In the summer, the aluminum skin of the place got so hot you could fry the imprint of your palm on it if you were stupid enough to touch it at noon. In the winter, the wind came straight through the walls, no matter how much plastic we taped over the windows. Out back, there was a patch of yard just big enough for a plastic kiddie pool and a couple of lawn chairs, if my parents had ever owned anything that optimistic. At the edge of that yard stood a gray wooden fence, leaning in places, boards warped and splintered. On the other side of that fence, maybe 20 feet away, ran the tracks. 2 rails on a bed of sun-bleached stone raised up on a little ridge of ballast like a scar across the land. Every time a freight came through, the whole trailer shivered. You could feel it in the floor first, a slow roll that started at the back wall and pushed forward, rattling cups in the cabinets and making the light fixtures buzz. Then the sound caught up, that low, gathering roar like distant thunder, the metallic clatter as wheels hit every imperfection in the rail, the whistles of air and steel and sheer mass tearing its way past our little strip of nowhere. Most people would have hated it. My mother did. She used to cuss under her breath whenever a train screamed by in the middle of a phone call, hand pressed over one ear, cigarette gripped tight in the other. My father just turned the TV up. I loved it. Some of my earliest memories are of lying on the living room carpet, face pressed into the threadbare fibers, while the living room shook and the closet door thumped softly against its frame in time with each passing truck or coal car. Up above me, my parents would be arguing about money or drinking or nothing at all, voices muffled under the roar. The TV would be blaring a football game, my father yelling at players who would never hear him. Down on the floor, I had my own world. It came in a battered cardboard box one Christmas from an uncle I barely knew, a hand-me-down Lionel train, set the kind with metal rails that snapped together in a loop and a little transformer that hummed when you plugged it in. The locomotive was chipped and scuffed, paint worn off the edges, but when I put it on the track and twisted the dial, it still moved. There was a very particular smell when it came to life, a faint scent of ozone and hot dust, as the current flowed through the rails up into the little motor. The transformer got warm under my hand, vibrating just enough that if I balanced a penny on top, it would spin slowly in place. The plastic wheels clicked over the joints in the track with a rhythm that echoed in miniature the bigger sound outside. I would lie there for hours, watching that little train circle the coffee table while the real freight thundered past behind the trailer. In my head, they were the same thing. The toy was a model of freedom running a clean, perfect loop around our stained carpet. The real one out back was the grown-up version heading off to other states, other cities, places with tall buildings and lights that did not flicker. When my parents' fights got loud, I turned the transformer up until the motor whined and the cars blurred into a ring of color. When they got quiet in that scary way, long silences, doors closing too hard, my mother's footsteps going down the hall, I turned it down and listened to the click, click, click like a soothing heartbeat. At night, lying on a thin mattress in the little room I shared with piles of laundry and a dresser with only 2 working drawers, I would fall asleep to the horns. Our town sat near a junction, and there was always something moving through even in the dead hours. The windows rattled in their frames when a loaded coal drag hammered past. Another night, it would be a line of intermodal containers, the sound a smoother, higher rush. I learned to read them. I could tell when a train was on straight track, the way the clatter settled into a steady, hypnotic rhythm. I knew the sound of a curve, the slight change in pitch, the occasional squeal when the wheels pressed the rail wrong. I knew the difference between a good joint and a bad one, the pop a little sharper, the echo more hollow when something was loose. Without ever meaning to, I started cataloging them. That one's empty, I would think, half asleep, as a train rattled by with a lighter, quicker feel to it, the ground shaking less. That one's loaded when the dishes in the sink chimed together and the blast of air shoved dust off the windowsill. By the time I was 10, I could tell coal from cars' containers, from tankers, just from the length and the weight of the sound. The horns became lullabies. Blown at crossings miles away, they reached us as ghost notes softened by distance and the walls of our trailer, yet still distinct. 2 long, 1 short, 1 long, again and again at all hours, announcing themselves to nobody in particular. Sometimes I would lie there, eyes open in the dark, and imagine that each horn was a hand reaching out to me from somewhere else. Each one a chance to get out of this town, out of this thin-walled box and the stale air inside it. If I could just get close enough, just grab hold of one, I could ride it out like grabbing a passing bar on a carnival ride. I did not know enough about the world to understand how childish that was. All I knew was that the trains were the only things that came and went. Everything else, the bar with the neon open sign that buzzed all night, the liquor store with the peeling Budweiser poster, the sagging mobile homes lined up like coffins that never buried anyone, stayed. The trains didn't. There was one night, though, when the sound did not behave the way it was supposed to. I was out in the yard near the fence because the trailer was too full of shouting. My father was on the couch, 3 beers in, yelling at a game they had already lost. My mother slammed cupboards in the tiny kitchen like she wanted to shatter them off the hinges. Every door inside felt like a trap, so I slipped out the back with the screen door squeaking behind me. The air smelled like cut grass and hot metal. Someone down the row was grilling cheap hot dogs, the scent of charcoal and lighter fluid mixing with the faint, sour tang of garbage baking in the dumpsters. Fireflies blinked over the weedy strip between our place and the tracks. I was kneeling in the dirt next to the fence running a toy car along the warped top rail when I felt the first tremor. It was small, just a slight buzzing under my knees that I could have blamed on my imagination if my body was not already tuned to it. The fence posts gave a tiny shudder. A loose board clicked in its bracket. In the distance, a low rumble began to build, that familiar freight train growl wrapped in the night. I stood up and pressed my hands to the top of the fence, straining to see over. The track lay in its usual dark line, cutting through the scrub behind the park. No headlight yet, just the long smear of sky over it. The rumble grew. My chest vibrated with it. Dust jumped in little puffs off the fence rail under my fingers. I braced myself for the horn. It always came, some version of it, especially this close to town. You get used to the timing rumble horn, increasing roar, then the blast of air as the cars pass. This time the horn never sounded. The vibration ramped up like normal, the ground under my sneakers thrumming, but the night stayed eerily quiet. The only audible sound, the faint clink of the fence and the creak of the trailer behind me, settling on its cinder blocks. The air had that charged feeling, the subtle pressure shift, that told you a lot of weight was about to move past very fast. But no horn, no whistle, no warning. The hair on my arms stood up. Even as a kid, I knew enough to know that was wrong. Engineers do not skip signals like that near a crossing, not unless they want their license gone or their conscience ruined. Somewhere out there down the invisible stretch, where the tracks cut across County Road 7 with nothing but 2 red lights and a metal crossbuck, there should have been a sound big enough to wake half the town. Instead, there was only the rumble getting closer, until it felt like the entire earth under me was a drum and someone was rolling a mallet toward us. I squinted into the dark, expecting to see that familiar piercing beam punch a hole in it. Nothing. No light. No shape. Just the sense of something enormous rushing past, just out of sight. The fence shook hard now, boards clacking in their nails. I heard ballast grinding under invisible wheels. The air in front of me moved a sudden hot wind that smelled faintly of oil and metal and something older like wet rust. It pushed my hair back from my forehead, made my eyes sting. I staggered away from the fence with a yelp heart racing, watching the empty tracks. Whatever was passing did not show itself. The line stayed black, a thin silver glint of rail in the distant streetlight, unwavering. And then, as quickly as it had come, the vibration faded. The ground stilled. The fence settled. Somewhere a dog started barking late to the party. I leaned on the fence, breathing hard, little kid lungs dragging in air that tasted wrong, metallic on my tongue. Behind me, my mother opened the back door and yelled my name, voice edged with irritation and something like fear. "Get inside, you hear me, there's trains tonight." I never told her that one had just gone by without making a sound. Back then, I pushed it down into the same drawer in my head where all the other weird kid moments went. I told myself I must have misheard, that maybe the horn had blown when I blinked, that my imagination had filled in the rest. Later, when I knew how strict the rules are about signals, how serious the penalties are for missing so much as a crossing blast. Later, when I heard about Gray Line and its last run, I started to wonder. Because when I trace the old right-of-way maps in my memory, now follow the Gray Line with my finger from the junction near downtown, out through the fringe of town where the trailers sit. It passes right behind our park, right behind our fence. And that night, when the ground shook and the air moved, and no horn split the dark, it felt exactly like a train doing a test run on a line that was not supposed to be open. 2.2. The first time I saw what a train can do. For a long time, the track behind our place was just background. A noisy neighbor that never came over, a giant that stomped past and never looked down. I knew trains were big. I knew they shook the trailer. I knew they could take you somewhere else if you were lucky enough to be on them. I did not really understand what they could do to a body until the afternoon the neighbor's dog got loose. It was late summer that hour where the sun has started to slide, but the heat has not got the memo yet. The air felt like someone had laid a hot, damp towel over the whole town. The trailers gleamed dully, their metal skin throwing back light in blinding flashes whenever a car went by on the street. You could smell cut grass, warm trash, and that particular dry, tarry scent of sun-baked railroad ties. My father had decided it was a good day to walk the line, which really meant he wanted an excuse to stand near the tracks, smoke a cigarette, and talk to one of the other dads about nothing while they watched freight roll through. Sometimes he took me with him if he was in a mood, not quite angry, not quite sober, somewhere in a middle ground where he remembered he had a kid. "Come on," he said, knocking ash into the sink. "Leave the damn toy train. Let's go see a real one." So I followed him out the door. my sneakers slapping the warped wooden steps, the screen door squealing in protest behind us. We cut through the thin strip of yard past the rusted lawn chair that had sunk one leg into the dirt and slipped through a gap in the fence that every kid on our row knew about. On the other side, the right-of-way opened up in a strip of crushed rock and scrubby weeds. The rails sat a little higher than the surrounding ground, two shiny lines on top where the wheels had polished away the rust red-brown everywhere else. Broken glass glinted in the ballast. Someone had tossed an old mattress down the embankment, its springs poking through like ribs. Mr. Harlan from 3 trailers down was already there, standing with his thumbs hooked in his belt, staring down the track like he was trying to spot the future. His big mutt Duke trotted circles around his legs, happily sniffing everything. "You bring the boy out to see the show," Harlan called to my dad, grinning through a gray stubble. My father grunted something back, set his boot on the concrete lip of an access road, and lit his cigarette. I hung back a little, hands stuffed in the pockets of my shorts, watching Duke snuffle at the weeds. Somewhere far off, I heard it, a low rumble distinct from the highway noise building slow. The rails themselves reacted first, a faint high whine singing out as vibrations traveled through steel. Dust jumped in tiny puffs along the ballast. "Here she comes," my dad murmured, more to himself than to me. The wind shifted. It carried with it the smell of diesel and hot metal, that heady industrial scent that always made my heart beat a little faster. I stepped closer to the track, wanting to be as near as he was, wanting to feel the full weight of it under my feet. "Back up a little," he said, without looking, and he put an arm out, firm but not gentle, nudging me a few steps away. "You respect distance on a line like this." Duke did not get that memo. He saw something, a rabbit, a blown fast food wrapper, who knows, and bolted. One second he was circling us, tongue out, tail wagging. The next he slipped out from under Harlan's reaching hand and sprinted up the ballast claws, scrabbling on loose rock, ears flapping. Duke Harlan shouted, "Hey!" The dog hit the track and kept going full sprint right down the center between the rails, as if they were guiding him. The rumble was louder now, the air around us starting to thicken with it. The sound wrapped itself around my ribs. Somewhere down the line past the curve, a horn blew a sharp, insistent blast that left no room for misinterpretation. It was not the lazy long call I fell asleep to at night. This was a warning, flat and furious. "Shit," my father said under his breath. Then everything happened at once. The freight came around the bend headlight, punching a tunnel in the hazy afternoon. It seemed to swell out of nowhere, one moment a distant glow, the next a full-grown engine bearing down on us. I remember the color of it, dull, grimy yellow, with streaks of black logo half peeled off, and the way heat rolled off the front like opening an oven door. The engineer laid on the horn again, a desperate, continuous wail, and I could hear the hiss and scream of the brakes biting down steel, protesting steel. The sound hit a part of my brain that had nothing to do with thought. My body wanted to run and had no idea which way to go. Back, my father barked, and his hand hit my chest hard, shoving me away from the track. I stumbled, fell on my ass in the gravel palms, scraping on sharp rock. Duke finally realized something was wrong. He skidded and tried to turn, paws slipping on the polished metal. For a heartbeat, he was perfectly framed in that oncoming tunnel of light shoulders, hunched eyes wide, mouth open. Then the engine was there. I did not see the exact moment of impact. There is a stutter in my memory, a missing frame, where my mind just refused to record what my eyes were trying to feed it. One instant, there was a living animal on the rails. The next, there were pieces. The sound it made was nothing like the movies. No dramatic yelp, no slow-motion spin. Just a wet, heavy whump and a spray. The dog's body was cut almost clean in half by the pilot of the locomotive. The front half disappeared under the engine, torn away, gone from sight. The back half, hind legs, tail, a ragged bit of spine, flipped up and off to the side, landing in the ballast with a sickening, boneless flop. Pinkish-white coils of intestine unspooled across the rocks, like somebody had upended a bucket of butcher scraps. Bits of tissue clung to the ties, a spray of blood painting the gray stones a sudden vivid red. The smell hit a second later, hot copper and iron, fresh and animal, overlaying the ever-present tar and creosote from the soaked wooden ties. The train did not stop in time. It could not. You do not throw that much mass into motion and expect it to obey you instantly. It thundered past us, still breaking wheels, screaming on the rails, cars banging into each other with loud, hollow booms as slack ran in. The blast of air that followed the engine slammed into us, hot and gritty, stinging tears into my eyes. Loose stones zipped away from the track, pinging off the fence behind us. The ground shook with each set of wheels grinding over the spot where seconds before Duke had been running. I heard Harlan shouting, voice cracked and shredded, words lost in the cacophony. Someone else screamed a high, thin sound from one of the nearby yards where kids had come to watch. My father grabbed my arm and hauled me upright, pulling me back away from the gore splashed over the stones. My legs did not want to work. The image of that back half of the dog lying there, tail still twitching, once burned itself into my brain like a brand. This is what happens when you don't respect the tracks, he said, low and flat voice right by my ear. There was no anger in it, no real comfort either. Just a statement, a rule. I could not take my eyes off the ballast, off the way the intestines, slick and pale and impossibly long, draped over the edge of a tie, off the splash of arterial red soaking into the creosote dark wood. Flies were already starting to gather, drawn in by some instinct that did not care about shock or grief. I remember thinking absurdly that I would never again be able to look at the brown streaks on the ties behind our house and tell myself they were just old oil. As the train's last cars rattled by and the horn finally fell silent, the world tried to knit itself back together. The vibration faded from the soles of my shoes. The hot wind died down. The distant hum of the highway crept back into my ears. Harlan dropped to his knees near what was left of Duke hands, hovering like he did not know where to touch, where to begin. His voice came out in choked little bursts, half words, half sobs. Somewhere up the row, a screen door banged, and someone shouted, asking what happened. No one asked if the train was okay. Something shifted inside me that day. It was like a curtain I'd been looking at all my life got torn down in a single violent gesture. The romance of it, the idea of trains as noble, rumbling giants, as escape and possibility, did not vanish completely, but it had to make room for something else. For the first time, I understood that there is nothing gentle about that much weight moving at that speed. Trains are not just machines. They are systems built to favor momentum over flesh. They do not stop for you. They do not swerve. They do not care what is on the track. That night when the first freight came through after dark, I lay awake on my thin mattress and listened like I had never listened before. The roar I used to hear as a distant ocean was now a tearing, grinding thing. Each wheel hitting each joint on that track sounded like a hook being dragged across bone, like chains being pulled over a concrete floor. I could not stop picturing Duke, his body breaking apart under the steel pieces, bouncing and spinning out into the rocks. The horn blew far off, but perfectly clear, and instead of imagining it as a call to somewhere else, I heard it as a warning, sharp and merciless, like an executioner calling time. Sleep did not come easy. When it did, it brought dreams, where the train never stopped, where it rolled through our trailer, through my room, through my bed, splitting everything in its path. I woke up with phantom vibrations in my teeth, my heart beating time with the clack of wheels on rail. I thought that was as bad as it could get. I did not know then that what stuck with me the most would not be the dog's body or the sound or even my father's voice in my ear. It would be the face in the glass. In those first stunned seconds after impact, while everyone else's attention was riveted on what lay twisted on the stones, my eyes flicked instinctively to the train itself, to the passing metal, the blur of paint and graffiti. For just a heartbeat in one of the windows near the back of the locomotive, or maybe it was a small caboose hooked on for yard work, I was too young to tell. I saw a human face pressed up against the glass, not the calm, bored expression of a crewman going through the motions. This face was smeared with blood streaks of red across the forehead and cheeks' hair plastered to the skull. The eyes were wide white, showing all the way around, and the mouth was open in a silent scream that never made it past the glass. Then the train was gone, cars snapping by in a metallic strobe, and the window, the face vanished with it. Later, there were no reports of injured crew. No one said anything about a man hurt or killed on that run. As far as the railroad and the town were concerned, the only casualty that day was a dog that should not have been on the tracks. I told myself I had imagined it, that it was just some trick of light and shadow, some panicked projection from a kid who had just watched something die violently in front of him. Years went by. I almost managed to believe that, until the night far in the future, when Gray Line's ghost train pulled alongside my own, and I saw a whole car full of faces like that, pressed to the windows, screaming without sound. 2.3. From wanting to escape to keeping it running. In high school, the guidance counselor asked what I wanted to do after graduation, and I lied. I told her I was keeping my options open like there were options. The reality was a lot simpler. My grades were trash. We had no college money, and every time the recruiter table set up in the cafeteria with their glossy pamphlets and free pens, I felt my stomach knot. Where I grew up, your choices after 18 boiled down to a short list: join the military, disappear into a factory, if you were lucky enough to have one still running, or stick around and let the town eat you alive, one slow year at a time. There was always the railroad. I did not know anybody in a suit. I did not know anyone who worked in an office high enough to have a view. The people I saw going somewhere lived behind glass and screens out of reach. The only things that came through and actually left again on a schedule were the trains. By the time I was 16, I had picked out my preferred escape route. Sometimes, when I wanted to be alone, I would walk out past the trailers to where the line crossed the highway on an overpass. The concrete there was stained with decades of exhaust, the chain-link fence tagged with initials and crude drawings. If you stood in the middle and leaned on the railing, you could see the tracks stretch ahead in a dead straight run toward the city. On weekday mornings, the commuter sets would roll through. 2 or 3 bi-level cars behind an electric or a diesel windows full of people in shirts and ties, nurses in scrubs, kids with backpacks all facing forward as if they were already halfway to work in their heads. I would lean there, hands wrapped around cold metal, and watch each train approach from a pinprick of light to a full-size machine, feel the bridge shiver as it passed under my boots, and think one day I will be in the front of that. Not as a passenger. I wanted to be the one in control, or as close to control as anyone gets in front of that much weight. I wanted to be inside the sound instead of standing outside of it. Reality did not care. After graduation, there was no cinematic moment where I stepped off the stage and straight onto a platform with a ticket in my hand. I stepped off the stage, shook the principal's hand, and went back to the trailer that shook when the coal trains rolled through. The jobs came in the usual miserable sequence. Dishwasher at a diner off the highway, scrubbing breakfast plates that people had barely touched. Fingers puckered from gray water and cheap soap. That lasted until the owner decided his nephew needed the hours more than I did. A stint unloading trucks at a discount furniture warehouse, sweating through my shirt every night as we dragged box after box off the back of trailers that smelled like wood dust and despair. No benefits, no guarantee they would not cut your hours in half if business slowed. Cashier at a convenience store, the graveyard shift, where I rang up cigarettes and lottery tickets for people who looked as tired as I felt. Sometimes, when a freight rolled by a few blocks away, the shelves would rattle softly, bottles clinking together. I would look up from the scanner and feel that old pull like gravity tilted just a little toward the tracks. I was on break from the store one night, sitting on a milk crate by the back door when I saw the flyer. It was taped to the bulletin board near the time clock, half covered by a notice about a lost cat. Western Metro Transit logo at the top, the familiar stylized rails in blue and white. Now hiring track maintenance/signal technicians. No degree required, will train. Must be comfortable working outdoors in all conditions. Must be available nights and weekends. It might as well have had my name printed on it. I tore off one of the little tabs with the phone number, folded it into my pocket, and spent the rest of the shift barely able to stand still behind the counter. The thought that there was a way to step across that invisible line between the people who watched trains and the people who kept them moving felt unreal. The application process was not glamorous. I filled out an online form on a borrowed laptop, ticking boxes for comfortable with heights, able to lift 50+ pounds, and willing to respond to emergencies at any hour. There were questions about safety protocols and mechanical aptitude that I fumbled my way through as best I could. They called me in for an interview on a gray Tuesday afternoon. The office was a row of portable trailers shoved up against a chain-link fence near a yard on the edge of the city. The gravel lot was full of white pickups, with the Metro logo, tracksuit-wearing supervisors, and guys in hard hats coming and going. A horn blew somewhere inside the yard as I stepped out of my car, a long, familiar note that seemed to vibrate straight through my chest. Inside, the hallway smelled like coffee and cold air. The walls were lined with faded safety posters, hard hats, high-vis vests, the slogan, "Safety is everyone's job," in big red letters. Somebody had drawn a skull in the corner of one of them and given it a little hard hat of its own. They sat me down in a converted shipping container with a cheap desk and 2 metal chairs. The woman from HR had a stack of forms in front of her, a pen, and a tired smile. So she said, flipping through my paperwork, "No college, some warehouse work, convenience store." Why Western Metro? I wanted to tell her the truth, that I had been listening to their trains my whole life, that the sound of their equipment rolling through my town had been the only proof I had that there was a world beyond it. What came out was, I'm used to nights. I work hard. I don't mind the weather. She asked the questions they have to ask. Was I willing to work in rain, snow, heat? Yes. Could I be on call for emergencies? Yes. Could I handle long shifts, sometimes alone in isolated areas? I thought about the stretch of line behind our trailer, the nights I had stood out there in the dark just to feel the ground tremble. Yes, I said. I can. She watched me for a second over the top of the forms, as if weighing something that was not written down anywhere. Then she nodded. All right, she said. If you're cleared medically and you pass the background check, we'll bring you in for training. Walking into the yard as an employee, even a brand new one, felt like trespassing into a place I had only ever pressed my nose up against from the outside. The first day of orientation, they handed us steel-toe boots, hard hats, reflective vests. We were herded into a conference room with fluorescent lights and a projector that squealed every time someone jostled the table. They fed us stale donuts and played videos about safety and procedure, about how many tons of force a moving car generates, about why you never assume a track is dead just because the timetable says so. Then they took us outside. The moment the door opened, the yard hit me all at once. The smell came first: oil and grease, hot metal, the faint tang of ozone from electrical equipment. Under that, the earthy scent of ballast and creosote-soaked ties baking in whatever weak sun made it through the clouds. Sound layered over it, the hiss of air from brake lines being charged, the throaty cough of a diesel idling, the constant low murmur of radios, chattering voices clipped and professional, punctuated by beeps and that ever-present burst of static. Somewhere a locomotive horn tested briefly a single note sharp enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. For a second, standing there in my brand new vest with my brand new boots sinking slightly into the gravel, I felt like I had stepped into the inside of all the nights of my childhood. The background noise had become foreground. I was in the belly of the thing that had always rattled my walls. Our trainer, a guy with a graying beard and a voice like crushed gravel, marched us along the tracks between rows of parked equipment. He pointed out switches and derails, signal boxes and wayside equipment, tossing out terminology that would become the language of my next few years. We stopped at a break room trailer for a quick talk about procedures. While the rest of the group shuffled in and found seats, my eyes caught on something hanging crooked on the far wall. It was a map, not a slick printed poster like the ones on the Metro website. This was older, the paper yellowed and curled at the edges, taped up in a frame that had seen better days. Colored lines spiderwebbed out from a central downtown hub like veins, each labeled with neat block letters: red line, blue line, east, industrial, west, freight. And then there was a line I did not recognize. It was drawn in a pale gray ink, faint compared to the others running off toward the suburbs on the side of town I knew best. Next to it, in smaller letters, someone had written "Gray Line, out of service" in red. I remember the little thrill in my chest, the same nosy curiosity that had always kicked in when old men in the neighborhood talked about the line they shut down. Seeing it on an official map made it real in a way it had not been before. Yes, there it was, a ghost branch preserved in faded ink. "Hey," one of the other trainees bumped my shoulder. "You listening? He's talking about lockout tags." I dragged my eyes away, forced my attention back to the trainer's lecture about never trusting someone else's lock. We sat, we nodded, we signed forms. My mind wandered back to that thin gray line again and again. A few minutes later, during a break, I turned around in my plastic chair to look at the map again. The room had not changed. Same humming lights, same scuffed floor, same smell of coffee and wet boots. The map was still hanging crooked frame, casting a thin shadow on the wall. But when I focused on the section I had been staring at before the one heading toward my side of town, I did not see the words anymore. The gray branch was still there, faint as spider silk. The little red letters, though out of service, were softer, as if someone had gone over them with an eraser. I blinked, leaned forward a little. My eyes watered in the harsh, fluorescent glare. The line itself seemed a shade darker now. The warning next to it had faded almost to nothing. I told myself it was just the light. A trick of angle. Old ink and old paper reacting to the overhead buzz. When I looked away and back again, my brain kindly supplied the missing words where they should have been. Still, as I followed the trainer out into the yard again, the back of my neck prickled. I did not realize back then that you do not just work for the railroad. After a while, you belong to it. and some parts of it, the parts inked in gray, the ones that are not supposed to be there anymore. Notice when someone new walks in who already knows what they sound like. 3.1. Learning the language of steel. There is a difference between liking trains and working for them. I did not understand that until my first real week on nights. The romance wears off around the time you are standing in a gravel lot at sunset eating a half-frozen burrito in 3 bites, because the microwave in the break room has 2 settings still icy and molten core. The yard looked different in that in-between light. The sky over the city was streaked orange and purple, but down at ground level, everything was gray and rust and institutional beige. Rows of white metro pickups sat parked in crooked lines, reflective stripes catching the last of the sun. Beyond them, the tracks split, and braided metal gleaming where wheels had polished it dull where they had not. I sat on the tailgate of my assigned truck with a styrofoam cup of coffee going lukewarm in my hand, watching breath puff out in small clouds. The burrito still tasted like freezer burn and regret, but it was food, and I knew it would be hours before I saw anything else. Inside the maintenance trailer, my name was stenciled in black on a magnet that now lived on a whiteboard under the heading Night Shift. That meant I reported in when most of the city was thinking about dinner and clocked out when the sky was turning light. Every evening started with the briefing. We crammed into a room that smelled like old coffee-wet high-vis fabric and whatever cheap cologne the last guy had over-applied. The boss stood at the front by a dry erase board with a printed copy of the nightly work orders clipped to it. He was a thick man with a permanent squint from years of staring into headlights and signal lights, his beard the color of steel wool. "All right," he would say, tapping the board with a marker. "Red Line's got a tamping crew between mileposts 12 and 14, stay clear of that. East Industrial's dead till 4 a.m. West Freight will be pushing long tonight. We got a couple of loaded coal drags behind schedule." He would list out the problem spots. A slow order here for soft ballast, a questionable joint there that needed eyes on it, a signal head that had been glitchy all day and needed a night look. Then came the assignments. Truck 12, you run blue outbound and back-check the switch heaters. Truck 14, you're on the north yard, leads walk those frogs. And you, he would say, jabbing the marker in my direction, you ride with Hank. That was my first mentor. Hank had 30-odd years with Metro carved into his skin in the form of scars and sun damage. His face was the kind that sat somewhere between a permanent scowl and a permanent squint, like he had never decided which one fit better. The back of his neck was a cross-hatch of old sunburns. His hands were calloused in thick, polished ridges, every knuckle flattened from a lifetime of persuading metal to behave. "Rookie," he grunted the first time we met, as if it were my actual name. He tossed me a battered laminated booklet of safety rules. "You can read, yeah, good. Read that when you are not getting in my way. When you are, you use your eyes and your ears. That is how you stay alive out there." The third regular on nights back then was a younger trackman named Dylan, mid-20s, wiry, always chewing on sunflower seeds and spitting shells with sniper precision into the gravel. Dylan liked horror podcasts and ghost stories, the kind of guy who would turn off the truck lights for fun in the middle of nowhere and say, "You ever hear about the one time? Just to watch you shift in your seat." If Hank was the blunt instrument of reality, Dylan was the one who kept the myths alive. We would climb into the truck as the last of the sun bled out behind the warehouses. Hank drove a toothpick moving from one side of his mouth to the other as he maneuvered us through the maze of yard tracks and out onto the mainline access road. The radio on the dash chattered with dispatch calls, train IDs, track clearances, milepost reports. By the time we cleared the last yard light, the world had narrowed down to the twin beams of our headlights, the right-of-way and the sky. The routine became familiar quicker than I expected. Check the truck fuel lights, horn onboard tools. Check the personal gear flashlight, radio clipped to my vest, spare batteries, gloves, a faded notepad in my pocket with a stub of pencil. Then walk. When the timetable allowed a window, we would pull off, nose the truck as close to the line as we could, and step out into a darkness that felt thicker than what I was used to in town. The ballast shifted under our boots. The rails shone faintly under the stars, pale streaks leading off into nowhere. First thing you learn, Hank said the first night he let me go ahead of him, is that your eyes don't catch everything. Metal talks. You just have to shut up long enough to hear it. He struck the rail lightly with the heel of his hand. The sound traveled down and out, a thin, vibrating ring that died quickly. You hear a crack, like glass under your feet. That's a problem, he said. You hear the ties giving you a little pop, maybe they're just dry. You hear a hollow ring where it should be solid. You mark that, you tell someone. You feel anything you do not like, you tell someone twice. So I listened. I learned the subtle differences, the dull thump of a healthy sleeper versus the slightly hollow echo of one that had rotted underneath. The gritty crunch of ballast that was packed tight compared to the looser rolling feel of a section that had been washed out. The faint click a loose clip could make if you stepped just right. Above all, I learned to hear the trains themselves as something more than background noise. One evening, we were working near a curve on the blue line when Hank stopped me with a hand on my shoulder. "Hold up," he said. "Drop that light for a second." I clicked my flashlight off. The dark pressed in, vast and immediate. "Now close your eyes," he said. I hesitated. "Why? Because you do not know how yet." "Do it." I did. At first, all I heard was the wind sighing through the scrub along the right-of-way. Then the distant hiss of tires from a highway, somewhere the faint hum of a transformer on a pole down the bank. Then slowly another sound surfaced. It was a low, steady growl, at first like a storm you are not sure is real yet. Then a rhythm entered it, a repeating clack, 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 as something heavy rolled over joints somewhere out of sight. The ground under my boots picked up a faint tremor, like the earth had started to breathe very quietly. Feel that Hank's voice was close to my ear. "Yeah, that's 80 cars loaded, maybe more, on straight track. Listen to the way it settles, hear how even it is." Now that he said it, I could. No squeal, no change in pitch, just the relentless drum of metal on metal. "If it was empty, you would feel less of it under you," he went on. "If it was on a curve, you would hear a little scream on top of it. If something was wrong, you would feel it stumble. You learn the language, or it'll talk right over you and you won't know until it is too late." He let the silence sit for a moment, letting the invisible train roll past on its distant track, unseen but entirely present in the way the night hummed. "Open your eyes," he said. The dark did not seem so flat anymore. It had depth now. Layers of sound and vibration I had not known were there. Dylan, of course, could not leave it at that. "You stand out here long enough," he said one night, spitting a shell off into the ballast with a soft tick. "You start to hear things that are not on the schedule." Hank snorted. "You start that ghost bullshit again, and I'm leaving you in a signal box. I'm just saying." Dylan grinned. "We got more tracks out here than they keep on the nice little map in the office. Some of them are in the dirt now. Some of them are in people's heads. You listen too hard, you might pick up the wrong one." He laughed when he said it. I did too, but his words stuck like a burr. I got good at the job, or at least good enough that Hank stopped calling me rookie every other sentence. I knew the timetables by feel, knew at what hour which lines would be quiet enough to walk, and which would be alive with steel. Nights blurred into each other, check the orders, check the truck drive walk, listen, fix what could be fixed, could tag what couldn't. The more I learned, the more the railroad stopped being a collection of parts and became something like a living organism in my head. Signals were nerves, tracks were bones, yards were organs where things were processed and moved along. The trains were blood cells carrying whatever the body needed back and forth. We were the ones who kept that body from tearing itself apart. That is how they phrased it in the safety videos anyway. One night near the end of my formal training period, Hank decided to test just how much of that language I had picked up. We were standing on a section of track that cut through an industrial wasteland, shuttered warehouses, rusting fences, the skeleton of what had once been a billboard leaning over the right-of-way. The main line was a ways off, but we could hear a freight out there somewhere. The faint rumble and occasional distant horn drifting in. "Lights off," Hank said. We killed our flashlights. The only illumination was a sodium orange glow from a security light down the way and a thin smear of moon behind clouds. "Now shut up," he said. "Just listen." So we did. The three of us, Hank, Dylan, and me, stood on the ballast boots, planted radios quiet. The freight's sound slowly diminished in the distance, that low grumble smoothing out into nothing. When it was almost entirely gone, when the ground was still and only the soft rustle of weeds filled the gaps, the radio on my chest crackled. One short burst of static, and then a sound I knew far too well, ding, sharp, clear. The electronic chime of a modern crossing bell, the kind mounted at grade crossings all over the system. It was not the rounded metallic ring of older bells. This was a louder, more insistent tone engineered to cut through car radios and air conditioners. Ding, ding, ding. 3 notes, then silence. No voice followed. No train ID, no dispatch call. I frowned and reached up, touching the radio, as if that would change what I heard. "Where's that coming from?" I asked before I could stop myself. Hank glanced over. "From your imagination. Out here half the time it's interference. Lines cross, old signals burp. Don't jump every time a speaker farts at you. There's no crossing anywhere near here," I said. "Right closest one's back near milepost 9, Dylan offered. "Other way from where that freight was headed. Dead at this hour anyway." He sounded casual, but I saw him adjust the radio on his own vest, like he did not entirely like how it had spoken up on its own. Hank shook his head. "You get bleed over from other channels, you get ghost tones from equipment testing, you get a lot of noise. Learn to filter it. Hear what matters." He started walking again, conversation closed. I followed, but the hairs on my arms would not settle. Because the thing about spending your childhood around crossings is that the sound they make writes itself into you. The chime pattern, the tempo, the way the bell will sometimes hesitate when a relay sticks and then catch up in a rush. The tone that had come over my radio did not match any of the active crossings on the lines we worked. It matched one that did not exist anymore, or was not supposed to. There had been a crossing out near the edge of town when I was little, near a long-abandoned industrial park. I remembered its sound from nights in the back seat of my mother's car engine idling as we waited for endless freight to clear. That bell had a peculiar hitch in its rhythm, a tiny pause on every third ring that made it feel like it was always catching its breath. The tone in my radio had that same hitch. Years ago, Metro had shut that crossing down when they closed the branch it protected. The arms had been removed, the lights taken down, the bell silenced, officially. Yet here it was, chiming quietly into my vest speaker out in a stretch of track where no road crossed and no trains were scheduled to be. Interference, I told myself, trying to match Hank's dismissive tone in my head. Just noise. But the problem with learning the language of steel is that once you understand it, you hear meaning everywhere, even in sounds that by all rights should not be speaking to you at all. 3.2. Rumors of Gray Line. Every railroad has a room where the real stories live. For Western Metro, it was the night shift break room. It was a narrow, overheated box of a space wedged between two office trailers, with a door that never quite latched, and a vent that either blasted freezer air or nothing at all. The floor was scuffed linoleum yellowing around the edges. A vending machine hummed in the corner, its glass smeared with fingerprints offering chips and candy bars for twice what they cost anywhere else. We had 2 plastic tables, 4 mismatched chairs, and a microwave that ticked ominously whenever you used it. The whole room smelled like burned popcorn, stale coffee, wet reflective vests, and whatever chemical they used on the mop water. On the slow nights when the work orders were light and the lines behaved, we would gravitate there between runs. Hank would rip open a bag of chips like it had offended him personally. Dylan would lean back on 2 chair legs soda can, balanced on his knee flipping sunflower seeds into an empty styrofoam cup. I remember the night Gray Line came up, because for once there were no red circles on the board. No urgent calls. Just the low murmur of dispatch in the background, through the open door the occasional distant horn, and the buzz of the vending machine light. So Dylan said, wiping salt on his jeans, who's gonna tell the rookie about the dead branch? Hank snorted. He's been out here long enough. If Gray wanted him, it'd have said something already. Gray, I asked, halfway through a lukewarm coffee from the pot that had, I swear, been brewing the same batch since the 80s. Gray Line, Dylan said, like it should be obvious. The ghost extension, the one they pretend never existed. I had seen the words on the old map, faint and almost erased. I had heard the odd crossing bell chime through my radio where no crossing should be. I had not heard anybody sit down and say the name out loud, like a thing you could talk about. It is just an old branch, Hank said. He had a way of flattening his voice, taking all the drama out of a sentence like he was sanding it down. Yard to some factories. Then out to a couple of nice little suburbs they built, back when people still thought the city would keep growing forever. What happened to it, I asked. He shrugged one shoulder. It died. That is not the short version he tells Dylan cut in. Tell him about the hill. Hank sighed like a man who regretted ever having spoken to anyone younger than him. He dipped his chip in cheese from one of those little plastic cups, took his time eating it, then leaned back and looked at me. You know how the map doesn't show grade, he said. You look at it, everything's just lines. But out there, lines go up and down. I nodded. There's a curve out on Gray Line, he said. Was. Whatever. Comes off a long straight run right where the line starts to climb a little embankment. Not much, just enough to make an engineer pay attention. You come in too hot, you feel it in your gut before the wheels know. Well, sometime in the mid-'80s, one of those commuter sets came in too hot. The hum of the vending machine seemed to get louder. No one really agrees on why he went on. Some say brakes had an issue. Some say engineer was tired. Some say signal glitched, and he didn't realize what section he was on. You ask Metro officially, they call it a tragic accident. Train hit the curve going faster than it should. Rail gave cars, climbed it, and then gravity and momentum did what they do. He lifted one hand and tipped it over in the air. First car goes, second car plows into it, third piles up behind. You get metal jackknifing tearing open like a beer can someone twisted. You get seats ripped out, people thrown around. You get windows blowing glass, scything through a whole row at once. Train goes sideways down that little hill and eats dirt with a couple hundred people inside. Dylan stopped rocking his chair. How many, I asked, even though I was not sure I wanted an answer. Depends who you ask, Hank said. Metro says 20-something. Newspapers at the time said more. Some folks swear they had friends in those cars who never showed up in any official count. He took a drink of his soda, eyes unfocused, as if he were watching something in his head instead of the dingy break room wall. Thing about a derailment like that, he said, is not everybody dies quick. They had emergency crews out there, sure. Fire, EMTs. But when cars stack and crush in on themselves, you get pockets. People pinned between seats under luggage racks, half buried in their own carry-ons. Some of them bleed out slow. Some of them suffocate. Some of them drown in their own lungs if they're unlucky enough to breathe at the wrong moment when something heavy lands on them. The microwave ticked once on its own like a nervous cough. By the time they cut through that mess, he said quietly, it had been hours. They pulled out the ones who could still talk first. The ones who couldn't, they bagged. For some of them, there was not enough left to bag in one piece. They hosed the rest into the ballast and pretended that was good enough. I swallowed. The coffee tasted sour on my tongue. What did they do after I asked? I already knew some of it in the abstract out of service, the faded line on the wall map, but I wanted to hear it from him. What they always do, Hank said. They shut it down, investigated themselves, paid out what they had to pay out to the ones who had lawyers loud enough. Then they buried the rest. He glanced at me. Tracks and people. Dylan shifted in his chair, the legs squeaking on the linoleum. You know what the real story is, though, he said, eyes bright in the fluorescent glare. Hank rolled his eyes. Here we go. Call sign Dylan went on, ignoring him. Every train that runs, that system's got one. That last commuter on Gray, they say its ID was 417, came around the curve at 6:17 p.m., give or take, full of office drones going home and kids headed back from the city. Radio log says the engineer keyed up once real quick, right before everything went sideways. You can hear him start to say something like, "We're not slowing," and then it cuts off. He mimed chopping his own throat. They say he continued lowering his voice a notch. Like the walls might be listening if you've got a scanner on the right frequency, and you leave it running late enough on the anniversary of that wreck, you can hear it again. Gray line inbound 417 requesting clearance. Right on the minute. No train on the board, no movement in the yards. Just the voice then, static. That is bullshit, Hank said. We weren't even on digital back then. That's what makes it good, Dylan said, grinning. Ghosts do not care about your infrastructure upgrades. I felt a little prickle under my skin, the same one I had felt when that crossing bell chimed in my radio where it shouldn't have. So, nobody runs Gray anymore, I asked. Not since they cleaned up the wreck, Hank said. They locked the switches, killed the signals, pulled some of the rail, left the rest to rot. Cheaper than tearing it all out or rebuilding it right. They changed the maps, reprinted the brochures, hoped people would forget. You close enough branches, the tree looks healthier on paper. Why not just pull everything I said? Scrap it. Be done. He stared at me for a long second, eyes flat. Because steel remembers, he said finally. You cut it up, melt it down, it still knows what it did. Better to leave some of it where it is and pretend it is just dirt now. He popped another chip into his mouth, chewed, swallowed. And because he added, it's cheaper to ignore a ghost line than to admit what you did to it. Dylan nodded in agreement, then leaned forward, forearms on the table. The plastic creaked under his weight. I knew a signal guy, he said, worked with one of the early crews after the wreck. They sent him out there to inventory what was left, see what could be salvaged. He'd been on Gray 1,000 times before, said he knew every mile of it. After the derailment, he walked that curve and swore he could hear people in the rocks. Not see them, just hear them. Little pops like knuckles breaking, glass cracking under pressure. breathing. Said if he stood still long enough, he could pick out words. Help. Mom. Stuff like that. I tried to picture it, the slope, the scattered wreckage, the ballast soaked through. That same ballast, now baked dry by time and sun, but still crunching under new boots as someone walked over it with a clipboard. He quit a month later, Dylan finished. Drinks himself to sleep now outside town, far as I know. You're gonna scare the kid off nights, Hank muttered, but there was not much force behind it. I realized I had been turning my handheld radio over and over in my hands the whole time, thumb worrying at the channel knob. Absent-mindedly, I twisted it a notch. The little digital display flicked from one number to another, cycling through dispatch yard chat maintenance. Point is, Hank said, pushing his chair back with a scrape, gray lines a dead story. They closed it, they moved on. We got live tracks to worry about. If you're lucky, you'll never have to put a boot on that branch for as long as you're with us. That's not what the old heads say, Dylan started, but he broke off as my radio crackled suddenly to life. A burst of static hissed against my chest. Then, through the fuzz, a voice came in. It was warped, like someone talking through a bad connection in a tunnel, but the words were clear enough to freeze the blood in my veins. Gray line inbound 417, the voice said, flat and professional, the way all engineers sound when they call in. Requesting clearance. The room did not react. Hank was already on his feet, balling up his chip bag. Dylan was mid-swallow his soda can, halfway to his mouth. Neither of them flinched. Neither of them reached for their own radios. Mine gave one more faint shh of static and went quiet. The channel number on the display blinked once, then settled. Anyway, Dylan was saying, picking up his sentence where he had left off, old heads say you should not even say the name out loud on certain nights. He looked at me and frowned. You good? Yeah, I lied, thumb still resting on the knob. Radio just popped. Interference, Hank said over his shoulder, heading for the door. Ghosts of bad wiring. I stared at the little black rectangle hanging from my vest, feeling the phantom echo of that voice in my ears. The way the caller had said gray line inbound, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Years later, listening to another horn in another place it should not have reached, I would recognize the cadence of that call again. Back then, I told myself it was a glitch, just noise. But there was a part of me, the part that had learned to read the difference between a healthy joint and a cracked one by sound alone, that knew better. 3.3. The assignment. The day gray line stopped being a rumor and turned into a line item on my work order was the kind of gray that makes everything feel like a waiting room. The sky was a flat, dirty sheet over the yard, not quite threatening rain, not bright enough to call it daylight. The trucks sat in their usual rows, streaked with old mud reflective stripes, dulled by road grime. Somewhere out in the maze of tracks, a locomotive idled its low drone, seeping in through the thin walls of the prefab offices. I was halfway through a stale cup of coffee when the dispatcher stuck his head into the break room. Supervisor wants you, he said. His office. Bring your notebook. Those are not words you ever love hearing. The supervisor's office was technically an upgraded trailer. They had bolted two together and pretended that made it a building. The carpet was worn flat along a path from the door to the desk. Stacks of paper lived in unstable towers on every horizontal surface. A burnt-out fluorescent tube buzzed faintly overhead, threatening to give up. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door, old coffee gone sour on a hot plate printer toner, and the faint, sour tang of wet coats hung too long on the back of a door. Close it, he said, without looking up. I shut the door behind me and stepped inside, suddenly aware of the grit on my boots. He was a narrow man with a gut that did not quite fit his frame tie loosened safety vest hanging from the back of his chair. His face had that drawn look people get when they spend too long under fluorescent lighting and not enough time outside for anything but problems. On the wall behind him, the system map hung in a cheap frame. It was not the old yellowed one from the break room. This was a newer print, glossy, color-coded. The lines looked like veins circling and crossing the city, each labeled in bold red-blue East Industrial West Freight. And there, cutting off from the main just outside the central yard, was a thin branch in pale gray. Someone had gone over it with a fresh swipe of neon yellow highlighter, the ink still streaky, not fully dry. Next to it, in handwriting, I recognized as the supervisor's blocky all caps, someone had written "Gray Line, inspection points." Tiny circles dotted the branch, each with a number next to it. My stomach did a slow, unpleasant turn. "You wanted to see me?" I asked. He glanced up, then tapped a stack of papers with the back of his hand, like he wished they would disappear. "Yeah," he said. "Come in, sit." I dropped into the chair across from him, my notebook balanced on my knee. "You've heard the chatter about Gray," he said, not really asking. "Bits and pieces," I said carefully. "Old line. Wreck. Out of service." He nodded once. "It was out of service." Emphasis on was. He slid a folder across the desk toward me. The tab had my name on it, written in the same block letters as the map notes. "Metro's gotten some new funding," he said. "City wants to revitalize the corridor out that way. New commuter service, new development, all that shiny brochure bullshit." He leaned back in his chair, which creaked in protest. "Point is," he went on, "they want Gray back on the map." "You follow?" I flipped the folder open. Inside were printed sheets, satellite images, survey notes, a copy of the old right-of-way diagram with a fresh header date. In the margin, someone had scribbled, "Culvert washout signal U/G you're assigning." "Me," I said before I could catch myself. On my own, his mouth twitched in something that was not quite a smile. "You wanted nights. You wanted more responsibility. Congratulations, this is it." He tapped the map behind him with a chewed-up pen. "Track walks. Signal checks," he said. "We've got a small team doing the heavy rebuild later, but before they roll anything bigger than a high rail up there, we need eyes. We need notes. We need to know how bad it is. And we need it from someone who isn't going to freak out the first time a raccoon coughs in the bushes." The room felt suddenly smaller, the air thicker. "How much of it?" I asked. "Whole branch," he said. "Broken up over a couple weeks. Mostly you in a truck where you can be boots on the ballast where you can't. You'll have radio, you'll have a phone, and we'll know where you are from your GPS ping. It's just steel and dirt out there." He let that sit for a beat, then added, "Do not let the old heads fill your brain with their ghost crap." I exhaled a little laugh that did not sound like me. "I've heard some stories." "Yeah, well, I've read the incident reports," he said. "I've been to enough funerals. That was a long time ago. We've torn out half the worst of it. Lawsuits are settled. People have moved on. Gray is a corridor now, not a curse. You understand?" I nodded, though "moved on" did not seem like the right phrase for any of it. He leaned forward, elbows on the desk, pen ticking between his fingers. "There's one more thing," he said, "about your paperwork." Here it was, the part that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "You're thorough," he said. "I like that. You note what you see. But out there, I need you to be specific in a particular way." He slid another sheet across the desk, a blank inspection form with sections highlighted. Rail condition, ties, fasteners, drainage, signal hardware. You see a cracked joint, you write it up. You see rotten sleepers, you write it up. Washed out ballast, broken housings, rusted masts. You give me coordinates and a clear description. Structural defects. He looked me in the eye. You start hearing weird things, seeing shadows in the trees, getting spooked by your own reflection. In a signal case, he said. That does not go on the form. You follow, sir, I'm saying, he said, voice flattening. If you want to talk about how Gray gave you the creeps, you do that in a bar after your shift. You do not do it in company documentation. He jabbed the paper with the pen on the last two words. Nobody up the chain wants to see the word haunted or weird or felt off on a report. You put what's broken, what's worn, what can fail. That's it. It was framed as a practical thing. Keep the reports clean, stick to the physical, avoid drama. But under it, hard and cold, was something else. A warning. Sure, I said slowly. Just structural. He sat back again, satisfied. Good. You get me good data, this turns into a nice line on your record. Handled preliminary inspection of line reactivation. Puts you in line for better positions when they open. He paused. And if you spook and bail halfway, someone else gets that line. And the note in your file says you spooked. Clear, I nodded again. It felt like agreeing to a dare I could not quite see the edges of. The truth was there was pride threaded through the unease. Gray line had been the stuff of late-night stories, being the one they trusted to walk. It felt like being picked to explore a dark cellar everyone else was too scared to go into. I did not say that I was a little scared too. He stood up and the meeting was over in the way these things always end abruptly, like a door slammed. Talk to dispatch, get your schedule, he said, already reaching for a different stack of papers. You start up there tomorrow night. I closed the folder, slid it under my arm and turned toward the door. Halfway there, something on the map caught my eye again. Maybe it was the highlighter. Maybe it was just that my brain wanted one last look at the line that was about to own my next few weeks. Whatever the reason, I turned back for a second. The glossy surface of the map reflected the overhead tubes, bright white bars across the city. Gray line was still there, that thin branch lit up by neon yellow little circles, marking the spots I would soon be standing on in the dark. But there was something else. Faint, almost an afterimage, another line traced a shallow arc on the outskirts of the city. It was not highlighted. It was not labeled. The color was barely different from the background, a whisper of gray on gray. It ran nowhere near any of the old industrial parks or planned suburbs I knew. It looped instead around a section of town I recognized for other reasons. The cheap apartment complexes, the strip malls, the little knots of housing thrown up quickly when land was still cheap. The area where if you zoomed in enough on a map, you could find the place I lived now. For a heartbeat, I watched that faint loop and felt the same cold prickle I had felt years ago when a train went by our backyard without a horn. I blinked. The overhead light flickered, humming. The glossy paper seemed to shift. When my eyes focused again, the extra line was gone. Only gray remained bright and insistent in its highlighter halo. No ghost branch, no strange loop around my neighborhood. Nothing but the official corridors and the one deadline that was about to be resurrected. Something else you need? The supervisor asked without looking up. No, I said. I'm good. Then go home, he said. Get some sleep. You've got a long walk ahead of you. I stepped out into the chill air folder under my arm and made my way across the lot to my truck. The yard lights buzzed overhead. A train horn sounded somewhere out on the main line, a clean, distant call I could place on the mental map of tracks and crossings. On the drive home that night, the city blurred by in a smear of sodium lamps and taillights. I took the freeway, merging into the thin stream of cars, heading nowhere fast. The radio muttered low on some talk station I was not listening to. Somewhere between exits in that stretch where the concrete walls rise up on either side and muffle everything, I heard it. A horn, not the faint echo of a main line a few miles away. This one came in clear and close, as if the source were right above the freeway, right over the thick slab of road my tires hummed on. 2 long blasts. One short, one long. The exact pattern engineers use for grade crossings. A warning to people about to drive across tracks. Only there were no tracks. On that stretch, the nearest rail ran far beneath in an old tunnel, deep enough that you rarely even felt the vibration. There was no surface crossing, no at-grade intersection, nothing for a horn like that to be meant for. My hands tightened on the wheel. Headlights washed over the green overhead signs. The other drivers did not slow. Nobody else seemed to react to the sound that had just carved its way through my skull. For them, the night was just another Tuesday. For me, it felt like someone or something had just announced its approach. The next night, I would put on my vest, pick up my flashlight, and step onto the rotting spine of Gray Line. Looking back, I do not think the assignment started there. I think it started in that office in front of that map the moment I saw a line where there was not supposed to be any. And I think by the time that horn reached me on the freeway, the branch I was about to walk had already started to move toward me, stretching itself out in directions the people who built it never intended. 4.1. Milepost 12. The invisible freight. The first night I drove up onto Gray Line, it felt like trespassing somewhere the company had forgotten how to name. The turnoff was not marked on any of the new yard signs. No friendly blue Metro logo pointing the way. You had to know where to slow down on the access road, where the pavement narrowed and broke into cracked concrete, where a barely there gravel lane branched off into trees like a deer trail for trucks. I rolled off the main tires, crunching over loose stone, the rest of the city falling away in the rear view. The glow of suburban streetlights faded behind me. Ahead, my headlights caught only trunks and branch-snagged air. The first sign that this road had ever been official was the bridge. Gray Line crossed a drainage creek on an old concrete overpass that probably dated back to when people still wore hats to ride the train. The side rails were graffiti-tagged, flaking white paint over rebar black letters, spelling out names of kids who had probably moved away years ago or never managed to. The concrete itself was cracked in a pattern that looked disturbingly like dried riverbeds. Underneath the creek was more trash than water tires, a busted shopping cart, the husk of a couch someone had pushed down the bank. The trickle of actual water slid under all that junk like it was trying not to wake anything. On the other side of the bridge, the world opened up just enough to see what I had come for. Gray Line. Even after all those years of disuse, you could tell it had been built with the assumption that people would be proud of it. The track ran on a slight embankment, a raised spine of ballast and timber. The rails were still there, 2 long rust-brown lines stretching out into the dark heads, faintly brighter from whatever weather and animal traffic had touched them. The ballast was no longer clean, sharp-edged stone. Weeds had pushed through in clumps, tough, skinny things with pale stalks and yellowed leaves bending under their own weight. Saplings had rooted along the edges, young trees flexing in the night breeze as if they were taking their first breaths. Here and there, the remnants of an old signal mast stood like amputated bones, a rusted pole with no head base, half-buried wires dangling like dried veins. I parked the truck just shy of the old milepost marker, a warped board on a leaning post, the faint silhouette of a 12 still visible in the shine of my headlights. Congratulations, I told myself. You wanted gray. You got milepost 12. I left the engine idling for a minute, listening to its familiar rattle, the ticking of the cooling exhaust. The hazard light bar on the roof cast slow-spinning amber across the rails, painting the weeds and rust with a sickly, rotating glow. Then I killed the engine. The silence that followed was not silence. The ticking faded from the block. The blower fans wound down. The low hum of the truck's electronics sank under a different kind of quiet, the kind you get in places that used to be busy and then suddenly are not. I could hear the creek faintly gurgling over its garbage. Crickets tuned up in the brush. Something small moved in the weeds with a dry, skittering sound. The night air felt colder than it should have for that time of year, like the embankment was radiating its own temperature. I left the hazard lights on. The amber wash flickered over the track in slow pulses, giving everything a heartbeat. I clipped my handheld radio to my vest, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out onto the ballast. The stones shifted under my boots, that familiar crunch. The rails gleamed dully in the truck light, each head an uneven strip of metal. The first thing I did, pure instinct, was put a gloved hand on the nearest rail. Cold. Dead. No vibration. Good, I told myself. That is what you want. This line is supposed to be dead. I clicked on my flashlight and started walking. The beam cut a narrow tunnel through the weeds, and darkness tracing the steel ahead, catching bits of broken glass, old beer cans, a sun-bleached length of caution tape half buried in the stones. Milepost 12 was where the old incident reports said things had started to go truly bad all those years ago. The curve that hadn't quite made it. The embankment that had swallowed the cars. Now it looked like any other neglected section of track, just a little more forgotten. My radio hissed softly at my chest, open on the maintenance channel. Normal background static, the occasional distant voice from other crews working miles away on lines that still mattered. Then thin and distorted, a voice pushed through. "Gray inbound, you're clear to proceed." The hair along my arms stood up. The words were warped, dragged out like tape played from an old machine, but they were unmistakable. A dispatch cadence from another era flattened vowels that particular bored professionalism. I stopped walking. The ballast kept rolling a second under my boots, then settled. "Say again," I said automatically, thumb pressing the transmit button. "This is maintenance 12 on Gray at 1 to 2. Repeat last, silence." Just the faint hiss, the little clicks as other channels opened and closed in the distance unrelated to me. I took my thumb off the radio. It stayed quiet the way electronics do when they want to pretend they did not just betray you. "You're tired," I told myself. You heard a fragment from another channel. Dispatch rerouting something on blue, maybe. Your brain filled in the rest. The rails under my glove were still cold. I exhaled my breath, visible in the beam of my flashlight, and kept walking. The embankment here curved very slightly, just enough that the line disappeared into the dark ahead instead of running straight. On either side, the land dropped away slopes covered in weeds, the shadowed shapes of old concrete bases where lights or signs used to stand. The kind of place that would be scenic in daylight and felt vaguely surgical at night. After a few minutes, the truck was just an amber blink behind me, the sound of the hazard bar, a faint mechanical click. The world in front of me was just rail, rock, and trees. That was when the ground started to move. At first it was so subtle I thought my pulse was just pounding in my ears. A little quiver under my soles, a suggestion rather than a feeling. Then it deepened. The ballast began to tremble, stones ticking against each other in a chain reaction. The weeds along the shoulder shivered. Dust leapt in tiny puffs from the ties. I knew that sensation. Every part of me recognized it. Freight. Not close yet, but coming. A heavy consist moving at speed somewhere down the line. The kind of weight that telegraphed itself through steel long before any human could see headlights. My hand flew to the rail again, palm flat. It vibrated. Not a lot, not enough to blur my fingers, but enough to make the bone in my arm hum. A steady, growing buzz. There should not be anything on this track. My brain tried to build a map. Was there some connection I missed? A temporary reroute, a crew train running sneaky, but the safety briefing echoed in my head. Nothing rolls on gray until after inspection. This was supposed to be eyes only, boots only. The vibration intensified, then faint at first, but getting sharper with each second. I heard the sound that went with it, clack, 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 clack. Not echoing from some distant parallel line, not softened by miles of air. Direct, under me. The rhythm was perfect. The wheel-over-joint pattern drilled into my nerves, metal hitting brake, metal hitting brake, the slight difference in tone between each section singing up through the bones of the track. I swung the flashlight down the line. Empty. Rusty rails receding into dark. No headlight, no silhouette of cars, no spray of sparks from steel hitting an obstruction. Just the beam reaching forward and dying, swallowed by distance. The rumble grew until my teeth buzzed. Logically, I should have stepped off the track. Old habits die hard. You do not stand on or near a line that feels like this. I did eventually, but not before I made the mistake of listening harder. The air thickened the way it always does when a lot of mass is about to pass through it. That old storm about to break pressure built up in my ears. My chest vibrated along with the rail. "Dispatch maintenance 12 on gray at 1 to 2, I said into the radio voice a little higher than I would have liked. "I'm feeling vibration in the rail. Please confirm no movements authorized on this branch." Static. A faint voice in the distance not talking to me, reading off signals on some far-off main. Nobody answered. The clack-clack under my boots smoothed slightly, as if whatever invisible weight was now on continuous welded rail instead of joints. That made no sense. Gray was all joints and patches out here. I stepped off the ballast, down onto the weedy edge of the embankment, boots sinking into softer dirt. The feeling in the earth did not change. Then the horn hit. It came from behind me. It was not distant. It was not faint. It was the full-throated scream of a locomotive's air horn blasted at a range close enough to rip the air out of your lungs. One long, ragged note so loud and so near that it felt like it came from the back of my skull. I reacted like any idiot animal would. I jumped. My foot slid on a loose rock. The world tilted. I went down hard onto my side, flashlight flying out of my hand. The impact knocked the breath right out of me. Ballast bit into my ribs and hip-sharp edges punching through fabric. For a second, everything was light and noise and spinning sky. The flashlight bounced once, twice, then rolled beam pinwheeling crazily over the rails, the weeds, the trees, throwing wild shadows. I flung an arm over my head and instinctively flattened myself against the embankment, bracing for the rush of air, the scream of steel, the impossible mass of a train ripping past where my body was. Nothing hit me. The vibration cut off. The horn did not repeat. The only sound left was my own ragged breathing and the little clatter of the flashlight finally coming to rest. I lay there for another few seconds, heart thrumming so hard I could feel it in my fingertips, ballast digging into my skin. Then I forced myself up onto my elbows. My vest was full of dust and tiny stones. My gloves were scraped white on the palms. The track in front of me and behind me was empty. Not just empty, still. The rail was quiet under my hand, cold metal with no memory of vibration. The air felt thin and clear again, as if nothing big had disturbed it in a long time. I grabbed the flashlight, fingers trembling, and swung the beam along the railhead. That was when I saw it. On either side of where I had been standing, the rust on the railhead was rough and mottled, that familiar pitted texture of steel left too long to the weather. But in a stretch, maybe 6 feet long, right where my boot prints were stamped in the ballast, the top of the rail shone a little brighter. Cleaned, polished. It looked like someone had just run a steel wheel over it, shaving off the oxidized layer in a single smooth pass. The bright metal caught my light and threw it back in a thin, unsettling gleam. I ran my gloved fingers over it. The contrast between the rough rust and the slick, almost oily smoothness of the bright strip was undeniable. Nothing had touched this track in years. Nothing official, anyway. I backed away one slow step at a time until my spine bumped the side of the truck. I climbed in, shut the door, and locked it without meaning to. My hands shook as I turned the key and brought the engine back to life. The hazard lights strobed amber over the embankment, over the freshly polished strip of rail. "Maintenance 12 to dispatch," I said into the dash mic, my voice steadier than I felt. "At gray milepost 12, no visible movement on track. No, nothing to report structurally. Continuing inspection." There was a crackle, then finally a reply. "Copy 12 dispatch," said bored, half a yawn in the words. "We show no authorized movements on gray. You're the only unit up there." I swallowed. Received. I eased the truck into gear and rolled slowly forward, eyes flicking between the actual track in front of me and the feed from the dash cam on the little screen mounted to the console. Habit. I liked seeing what I had just driven through. Later that night, back at the yard, I pulled the footage. I told myself it was just to check the condition of the line in better light. Frame by frame, the dash cam showed the same thing. My eyes had rust weeds, the swing of the beam over the milepost. My own stupid fall was just a lurch in the image as the truck rocked when I climbed back in. Then, in the middle of one pan across the embankment, 2 frames glitched. 1 second, empty track, rusted rail, dark. The next, a blur of something big and angular cutting across the frame paint, a sickly, faded yellow, black streaks of grime, the faint curve of a number I could not quite make out, 4, maybe, or 7 on the side. A rectangle of darkness like a cab window, and in it, for less than a heartbeat, the pale smear of a face pressed too close to the glass. Then back to empty track. 2 frames, less than 1/10 of a second. I replayed it until my eyes hurt. Paused. Zoomed. Told myself it was compression artifact, a dropped frame, some glitch from the camera, trying to adjust to a sudden change in light. But no matter how many times I watched it, the sequence never changed. Nothing then, something that looked exactly like the nose of an old locomotive crossing the lens. Then nothing again. Milepost 12. The first time Gray Line reminded me that just because a train is not on the schedule does not mean it is not running. 4.2. The crossing with no cars. The old crossing sat where the suburbs ran out of money and just stopped. On one side of Gray Line, there was a half-finished housing development, the kind with 3 finished streets, and then nothing but rebar and weeds. On the other side, a strip of cracked asphalt led toward a shuttered strip mall, a liquor store with plywood over the windows, a laundromat with its letters half fallen off, a coming soon sign for a grocery that never arrived. The road over the tracks was more suggestion than street. Faded white stop bars, a mangled stop sign tilting at an angle, its red paint sun-blasted to a dull pink. The crossing arms were still there, technically 2 skeletons of what they had been. Rust had eaten into their hinges so deep that the bolts looked swollen. One arm hung halfway down like a broken limb that someone had never gotten around to setting. The crossbucks, the white X signs that say railroad crossing, to anyone who still bothers to look, were crooked. One had been shot twice, neat little circles punched through the metal. The other was coated in a layer of grime thick enough to grow moss. According to Metro's own documentation, this crossing had been decommissioned more than a decade ago. Signals cut, cables disconnected. It was supposed to be nothing but scrap waiting for a budget big enough to tear it out. I parked the truck on the abandoned side of the road, hazard lights cycling amber onto empty storefronts. The rails cut the asphalt at a slight angle, silver strips breaking the cracked black like a scar that never healed properly. The inspection form in my hand was straightforward enough. MP 14.3. Grade crossing / road surface / protection. I stepped out, the air hitting me with that late-night chill that felt a little too deep for the season. The only light came from the truck, the occasional distant wash of headlights on a highway I could not see, and a single street lamp at the far end of the block flickering in a nervous rhythm. Up close, the crossing looked worse. Asphalt had crumbled back from the rail, leaving jagged gaps filled with dirt and weeds. The rubber panels between the rails had warped, lifting at the edges like something underneath was pushing up. I walked to the center of the crossing and stopped with one boot on either side of the nearest rail, straddling the line. Old habit made me look both ways, as if any train could be here without me hearing it from miles away. To my left, gray line vanished into a tunnel of trees, rails swallowed by shadow. To my right, the track ran straight and empty past the dead strip mall, disappearing into the dark. The crossing signal box stood off to one side, a metal cabinet about the size of a refrigerator, its paint bubbled with rust. A faded Metro logo peeled away from one corner. A heavy padlock hung on the latch, orange with corrosion. Dead. That was the word that kept circling in my head. This thing was dead. The crossing, the road, the whole area. No traffic, no trains, nothing. I pulled out my flashlight and started doing what the form wanted. Road surface degraded, edge breakup, vegetation encroachment. Rubber panels warped, trip hazard. Railhead at crossing rusted, minimal polish. Weeds. Drainage poor. I had just finished noting the condition of the remaining lights. The red lenses were cloudy with age, one cracked in a spiderweb pattern, when the world changed. It started with a sound I had heard my whole life. Ding. A single sharp note, clear as a bell in a church. It cut through the quiet so precisely that my first thought was that I had just imagined it, that it was some audio memory my brain decided to play. Then it came again. Ding, ding, ding. I turned slowly around, flashlight beam swinging across the track, the road, the dead buildings. The lights on the crossing mast in front of me were on. Two red lenses, which had been dull and lifeless a heartbeat before, now burned with intermittent fury, flashing alternately in a pattern my body recognized before my head did. Left, right, painted in my vision like a warning written directly onto my retinas. The bell overhead, one of the newer electronic kind, was chiming in perfect tempo. Not the hesitant, glitchy stutter of old equipment dying. This was a strong, brand new ding, 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 the sound engineered to punch through car windows and phone calls. The padlock on the signal cabinet was still rusted shut. I took an involuntary step back to the middle of the road, heart slamming against my ribs. Dispatch maintenance 12 at Gray Crossing 14-3, I said into my radio, keeping my voice as level as I could. I've got an active crossing package here. Lights flashing, bell ringing. Please confirm there are no movements scheduled on Gray. Silence. The bell kept chiming. Ding, ding, ding. The sound did not echo right. It was as if it were happening in a smaller room that had been laid on top of this place, layered in like audio over a video. It had that compressed, slightly metallic edge of something coming through speakers. Then, under the bell, another sound slid in. the faint metallic clack, clack, clack of wheels hitting joints. My throat went dry. The rail under the asphalt at my feet remained visibly still, but I could hear it in the air, the cadence of a train approaching the rhythm, tightening as it drew near. "Dispatch, do you copy?" I said again louder. What came back was not dispatch. It was a voice distorted like an old PA system in a subway, words mangled by distance and age, but still intelligible enough to slide right under my skin. "Stand clear of the closing doors," it said. The accent was wrong for here. City where I grew up, nobody talked like that. The vowels were stretched the cadence fast and clipped, like you hear in old recordings from somewhere else. The phrase repeated this time, overlapping with itself, out of sync by a fraction of a second, like two tracks playing almost, but not quite together. "Stand clear. Stand clear of the closing doors. Stand clear." The hair on the back of my neck rose. I spun around, trying to locate the source. The voice was not coming from my radio. I checked the little orange transmit light was not on. The volume knob did nothing. The sound went on. It was not the crossing itself. The bell was still chiming its own clear, distinct pattern. The voice rode underneath it, wrong, and too big, like a recording of another place, had been spliced into the air above this dead asphalt. My flashlight beam jittered as my hand shook. The road around me began to flicker. The red lights on the masts strobed in my vision, and in those pulses something else appeared, like a double exposure. One moment the crossing was, as I had first seen it, rust weeds, empty lanes. The next, in the wash of red, the road was full. Shadowy shapes stood in front of me, and to either side crowded right up to the edge of the track. People. Dozens of them packed together, shoulder to shoulder, facing the rails. I squeezed my eyes shut, squeezed them open again. In the steady beam of my flashlight, the road was empty, just cracked asphalt and abandoned strip mall. In the pulse of the crossing lights, the crowd was back. They were wrong. That was the first thing my brain supplied. They did not move right. They did not shift their weight or fidget the way people do when they wait. They were perfectly still silhouettes cut out of shadow, their edges just a little too soft, like smoke held in the shape of bodies. Some were tall, some small. One figure had the outline of a child holding an adult's hand. Another seemed to be carrying something, a bag, a briefcase, I could not tell. Their faces were turned toward the track features, lost in the red glare. The bell chimed on. Ding, ding, ding. The voice layered under it repeated, "Stand clear. Stand clear of the closing doors." I could feel now the faint push of air, that subtle suction you get when a train is moving fast enough to drag the atmosphere with it. It lifted the hair on my arms, tugged at the loose fabric of my vest. Instinct screamed at me to step away from the rail, to get back behind the arms, but the arms themselves were not moving. Those stayed rusted, limp, unmoved by whatever current had animated the rest of the hardware. The horn came next, but not the one I expected. Not the long wail of a freight or the clean tone of a commuter. This horn was thinner, higher, the kind used in some older rolling stock. It blared a short, urgent sequence that did not match any rule book, like someone leaning on a button in panic. In the flashing red of the crossing lights, just for a heartbeat, I saw it. A line of windows gliding past at impossible speed, low to the ground, lit from within by a sickly white glow. Faces pressed to the glass, smeared blurs of eye and mouth, too many of them too close together. Pale hands slapped against the inside, leaving no marks. Then, darkness again. "Dispatch," I said louder than I meant to, voice cracking. "Gray 14-3. My radio responded with nothing but flat static. The bell stopped. No fade, no gradual slowing of the chime, just a hard cut, like someone yanked the plug out of the speaker. The red lights blinked one last time and went dark, leaving my eyes full of afterimage. The world dropped back into dull, lifeless quiet. The air felt thin again, empty. My flashlight beam showed me what had been there all along: cracked asphalt, rusting masts, a weeds-choked strip mall. No people, no train, no movement. I swallowed, realizing my mouth had gone completely dry. My heart hammered in the sudden void where all that layered sound had been. I forced myself to walk slowly back across the tracks, boots scuffing deliberately, counting each step like it was evidence. 1, 2, 3. Something dark on the pavement caught my eye. At first I thought it was just another oil stain. The road was full of them old leaks from long-gone cars. But this mark was different. Right where the faded stop bar cut across the lane just before the rails, a pair of thick black streaks burned across the asphalt. 2 long parallel tire marks, deep and fresh. The edges were still crisp, the rubber melted into the surface in that rippled pattern you get from a sudden, violent stop, anti-lock brakes, grabbing and releasing, grabbing and releasing. The smell of burned rubber still clung faintly to the air if I leaned closer, that sharp chemical tang. I knelt down, gloved fingers hovering above the marks without touching. Tiny flakes of black came away if the wind scraped across them. There had been no cars here when I arrived. No cars had gone by while I stood on the crossing. The road in both directions was empty as far as my flashlight could reach. Dust lay undisturbed on the hoods of the dead strip mall parking lot. Road surface degraded, I had written a few minutes before. I added another line with a hand that did not feel entirely like mine. Unexplained new skid marks at stop bar. Tire burn appears recent. No vehicular movement observed. Then after a moment's hesitation, I crossed out the word unexplained and rewrote it as fresh. Structural. Keep it structural. But as I walked back to the truck, bell tone still ringing in my ears like a phantom headache. I could not shake the feeling that somewhere on a road that no longer connects to this one, a driver had slammed on the brakes in a panic, while a train they could not see tore past. And whatever had happened there had left its marks here on a crossing with no cars, waiting for someone who belonged to the railroad to notice. 4.3. Voices in the ballast. The night the ballast started talking was the first real wind I had out there. Most of the time, gray was unnervingly still air hanging heavy over the dead right-of-way, like it did not want to be disturbed. That night, though, a front was pushing through. You could feel it in the way the sky pressed low, in the way the truck shook just a little on its shocks whenever a gust hit broadside. Tree limbs along the embankment scraped against each other like bones. I had been working my way outward from the yard for a week, by then taking gray in ugly little bites, crossings, culverts, sections of curve. Milepost 15 was on a shallow grade, the track climbing just enough that the walk from the access road to the top felt longer than it looked. The truck could get close, but not close enough to spare me the hike. I parked at the base of the slope, the tires sinking slightly into soft gravel. The hazard bar's amber glow made the weeds around the track look sick, bleached, and twitchy. Beyond that circle of light, the world dissolved into rough shapes, dark trees, a hint of a chain-link fence downhill, the suggestion of a drainage ditch glinting when my headlights hit it. When I stepped onto the ballast, it did not feel quite right. Ballast is supposed to be unforgiving. Sharp. It is crushed rock angular pieces jammed together so they lock and support ties and rail shedding water and distributing weight. You walk on enough of it, you get used to that specific foot feel, your boots sink a little but the stones push back. You get a crunchy stability like walking on a bag of broken glass. Here, every step felt soft, not in a good way. The stones slid more than they should have, shifting under my weight, like they were trying to part around my boot instead of hold it. I sank deeper than I should have on a well-packed line, even one left to rot. It was like there was something under the first layer that was giving way, something looser than rock. Under the wind, there was another sound when I stepped. Not just the expected grind of stone on stone, but an added unpleasant little CRK that made my shoulders tighten. It sounded like stepping on brittle twigs, or bones. I told myself it was trash. Gray had collected decades of it, bottles, shards of plastic, God knows what animals. It was not impossible that I was crunching through an old carcass buried under the top layer. The grade steepened a little enough that I leaned forward as I climbed, boots digging in. The wind hit harder up there, sliding along the embankment like it was following the rails. It carried with it the smells you get on old lines, wet dirt, old creosote, something faintly metallic that never really leaves steel once it has soaked in enough rain and rust and whatever else. The inspection work itself was simple on paper. Milepost 15 had a series of joints that needed hands-on verification. The old reports had flagged them as areas of concern 15 years ago, and then nobody had looked again. I was there to look, to tap bolts, check for movement, make sure nothing was so far gone it would sabotage the rebuild crews. I found the first joint near the top of the grade. The joint bars bolting the two rail ends together were scabbed with rust, the heads of the bolts swollen. The ties underneath were spongy-looking fibers peeling up where the spikes bit in. I knelt ballast, digging into my knees through my pants, and set the flashlight on the rail so it cast a clean white bar along the hardware. The wind tugged at the back of my vest. Dust and a few stray bits of dried weed brushed against my gloves. 15.2, I muttered, more out of habit than need, pencil already in my hand. Joint moderate corrosion, probable replacement. Ties, that was when I heard it. At first I thought it was the wind playing tricks, some odd frequency created by air moving through branches or under the old culvert down the slope. It was a sound too low and too soft to be words, a murmur under the hiss. I leaned a little closer to the joint, squinting, and the stones shifted under my knee with that same wrong CRK as before. Brakes. The whisper slid up through the rocks. I froze. The word had not come through the air. It had pushed up directly under my ear as if the ballast itself had exhaled it. I felt it in my teeth more than I heard it. A breathy syllable chewed up by distance and time, but undeniably English. I held my breath without meaning to, lungs stuttering. The wind gusted, rattling the leaves, sucking warmth off the back of my neck. For a second there was only that sound. Brakes, brakes. This time it was clearer. Multiple voices overlapping, all hushed, all urgent. None of them loud enough to be coming from anywhere but immediately beneath me. I twisted my head ear closer to the rail, as if maybe there was some rational explanation, groundwater echo, a buried pipe, some weird acoustic path from the highway. The beam of the flashlight wobbled, sliding off the joint and across the ties. The ballast beneath my gloved hand felt wrong. Instead of that dry, gritty texture of stone, my palm sank just a fraction more than it should have. It was still rough, still granular, but underneath there was a give that reminded me disturbingly of pressing down on a bag of sand that had something else mixed in. My radio stayed dead. No comforting dispatch noise, no confirmation from another human consciousness that I was not just kneeling on the skin of something. Brakes. Please, brakes. The plea rode up through the stones, the words staggered, sometimes overlapping. Like a chorus of people all keying the same mic from different places, their voices bleeding into each other. Some sounded close, right under my ear. Others seemed to come from farther down the grade, blurred by distance. I tried to stand. My left boot sank deeper than I expected, the stones flowing around it like they were being drawn aside. The sensation turned my stomach, the impression of stepping into a medium that did not know whether it was solid or liquid. Then something small and hard struck me in the face. It came out of nowhere. 1 second I was fighting the urge to jump back, the next there was a sharp crack and something hit my cheekbone with enough force to snap my head sideways. White light exploded across my vision. The world tilted. My legs decided they had had enough and dumped me backward into the ballast. The impact knocked the breath out of me. For a few seconds, all I knew was pain, sharp in my cheek, sharper in my ribcage where jagged rock dug in. My flashlight tumbled away, beam swinging wildly until it landed pointing up into the sky, turning the grass tips and rail web into jagged silhouettes. My eyes watered. Instinctively, I brought a hand to my face. The glove came away wet. Blood. Warm, sticky, already chilling in the wind. I sucked in a breath that felt like swallowing sand and rolled onto my side, the world swimming a little. My heart thudded too loud in my ears. Every noise seemed magnified, the rush of air over the grade, the rattle of leaves, the faint far-off whoosh of a car on some other road. The whispering had stopped. For a moment, there was nothing under it but a high, almost electronic whine in my head from the shock of the hit. I forced myself up onto one elbow, wincing as ballast shifted under my ribs. The flashlight beam had settled at an angle that caught something a few inches from my boot. A stone. It was a piece of ballast, like all the others, maybe a little larger than average, light gray, speckled with darker grain. It sat in a shallow depression, a clean little crater, where it had apparently launched from edges of the hole, still collapsing, tiny bits of rock sliding inward. The face of the stone that pointed toward me was wet. A smear of fresh red glistened on the rough surface. My blood. It made sense. Whatever had hit me had to have come from somewhere. But that was not what made my stomach drop. Embedded in that smear, caught in a little irregular groove in the stone, was something small and off-white. At first I thought it was a chip of lighter-colored rock. Then the shape registered a rounded enamel curve tapering to a broken root, jagged where it had snapped. A tooth. Human. About the size of one of my own incisors, maybe smaller. It had that faint, unpleasant sheen bone gets when it has been out in the elements too long, not fresh, not clean, just stubbornly itself. The smear of my blood only made it worse, the red pooling in microscopic scratches on the enamel. My vision swam. For a second I had the irrational, vertigo-like sensation that the entire ballast bed was not rock at all, but a layer of ground glass spread over something softer and much more fragile. I did not want to touch it, want to touch. Every instinct rebelled at the idea of picking that stone up, of confirming with my fingers what my eyes were already telling me. I did it anyway. Gloved, but still. The stone was warm, the blood on it tacky. The tooth fragment lodged in it did not move when I shook it gently. It had been wedged in there with force, like it had been pressed into the rock when everything was still wet. There was no record in the incident reports about remains being left behind. Officially, they had done their best. Body counts, recovery operations, respectful handling. You do not leave parts of people in your right-of-way, not if you want to keep the lawsuits manageable. Yet here I was on a grade that matched the profiles from the old gray wreck, holding what sure as hell looked like someone's leftover incisor, launched at my face by a line that was supposed to be dead. The whisperings started again, fainter now, as if my movement had put some distance between me and whatever layer it came from. I almost missed it under the wind. But once you tune into a frequency, It is hard to unhear it. Brakes. Brakes. Please, brake. Please. The words came in a loop. Same order. Same cadence. Brakes. Brakes. Please. Not quite panicked, screaming, those do not loop in neat little patterns. This was clipped, urgent, chopped at the edges like someone was hitting a transmit button in bursts. I realized slowly that I recognized the rhythm. Not from my life. Not from anything I should have had access to. From paperwork. In the weeks before they sent me up here, I had read the sanitized summary of the gray derailment. Buried in the back was a reference to audio logs, engineer transmissions, dispatch tapes, a time-stamped sequence of calls leading up to the wreck. I had not heard them. Those records lived on some server in an office I would never see, but the report did mention one thing in dry, uninterested language. Engineer attempted emergency communication regarding braking response immediately prior to event. Transmission partially unintelligible. Distinct words, brakes please, repeated. Now kneeling halfway up a forgotten grade with blood drying on my cheek and a human tooth embedded in a rock in my hand, I was hearing that same transmission, not over a speaker, not through my radio, but from the stones themselves. Brakes. Brakes. Please. Same order. Same spacing. The voices rising fractionally on the last word, each time a bled-out echo of panic trapped in gravel. I had not heard the tape. There was no reason for my brain to know the exact pattern, unless the line was giving it to me. Feeding it up through the ballast, the way it fed vibration, sharing not just weight, but memory. I scrambled to my feet, suddenly desperate to get off the grade. The stones shifted eagerly under me, like they were inviting me to sink deeper. I chose to pretend that was just gravity and bad drainage. By the time I made it back to the truck, my breathing had smoothed out enough to fake calm on the radio. Dispatch maintenance 12, I said, keeping my voice neutral. At gray 15, some ballast instability and joint deterioration. I'll flag it for replacement. Structural, just structural. I did not mention the way the ground had whispered up a dead engineer's last plea. I did not mention the tooth now wrapped carefully in a rag in my pocket, its weight absurdly heavy for something so small. But walking back down that slope, each crunch of ballast under my boots, each little kiak sounded less like rock and more like knuckles, vertebrae, teeth. And under it all, in a rhythm I would come to know too well, gray line kept repeating itself, the same 3 words, ground into stone like a curse it could never finish. 5.1. The curve. They did not have to tell me which curve it was. The work order just said gray line, MP 17.8 to 18.4, curve/grade, full walk/gauge/tie condition. But the printout might as well have read, "Go stand where the train died." The old reports had sketched it in enough detail that by the time I turned off the access road and bumped the truck over the ruts toward the embankment, I already had a picture in my head. Seeing it in real life felt like stepping into a crime scene diagram that somebody had left taped to a wall too long. The curve came in off a long, straight approach, just like Hank had said. Gray line ran arrow true for what felt like miles, arrowing through scrub and forgotten lots. And then almost lazily, it bent to the right and climbed. The grade was not steep, not really. You would not notice it in a car. On foot, though, with ballast under your boots and your breath fogging in the evening air, you feel every inch of up. The rail on the outside of the curve sat a few inches higher than the inside, super elevated for speed they had once expected trains to carry through here. Beyond the outer rail, the ground dropped away fast. It was not a sheer cliff, but it might as well have been if you were in a steel box going too fast. The embankment broke and fell off into a talus slope, a fan of loose rock dirt and debris that tumbled down toward a creek. creek is generous. It was a thread of brown water choked with trash, sliding between two concrete bridge piers that held up a road above. Old graffiti climbed those piers in layers, block letters, curse words, ghosted outlines of gang tags, long forgotten. The paint had bled down in streaks over the years, making the concrete look like it had been crying rust. Beer cans glittered in the last of the daylight, crushed and half buried in the rocks. A busted lawn chair lay on its side halfway down the slope. Fabric shredded frame, twisted at an angle that suggested it had been thrown rather than carried. Farther down near the waterline, something that might once have been a shopping cart lay on its back, like an upended animal wheels in the air, ribs tangled with branches and plastic bags. I cut the truck engine and sat for a moment watching my own hazard lights reflect off the rails. The wind here did not blow along the line the way it had on other nights. It came from below, pushing up out of the hollow like breath from a mouth that had forgotten how to inhale. It brought smells with it. Stagnant water first, that sour, algae-green stink of puddles that never fully drain. Over it, the sweet rot scent of garbage old food, cardboard, the anonymous funk of things people throw where they think nobody looks. Underneath both of those was something else. It was faint, like a memory of a smell rather than the thing itself. But once I caught it, I could not uncatch it. Iron and salt, the metallic tang you get on your tongue, biting your lip, multiplied and dried in the sun. Exactly the scent that had hit me the day Duke died on the track behind our trailer, that hot knife of blood over creosote. Only this had been sitting out here for decades. It should not have still been here. I stepped out of the truck. The air hit colder than I expected, sliding under my vest, worming its way down the back of my neck. The hazard lights spun their amber circle over the curve over the milepost marker. At the start of it, 18 barely legible over the slope that dropped away beyond. Gray Line itself looked like every other neglected section on the surface. Some of the ties here had been replaced in the intervening years. You could see where newer, darker timbers had been slid in between older, gray, splintered ones. The spikes in those looked solid, the plates beneath them free of the heavy, flaking rust that coated the rest. Someone at some point had decided this stretch mattered enough to patch. Maybe it had been part of a half-hearted attempt to reopen before the funding vanished. Maybe it was just triage. The rails were continuous, no obvious breaks, but you could see where they had been stressed in ways they were never meant to be. On the outside rail, at the apex of the curve, the head was slightly flattened in a band, maybe 3 feet long. To someone who did not know what they were looking at, it would read like any other wear pattern. To me, it looked like a thumbprint pressed too hard into something soft, frozen there when the metal cooled. That was where the old report said the first car had climbed. Right there at that subtle flat mark, the wheels had walked up the inside of the gauge instead of staying on the head, and everything that followed had been gravity and momentum finishing the job. I walked the curve, slow boots, careful ballast crunching. The talus slope fell away on my right, just beyond the outer rail, a tumble of stone that might once have been part of the embankment, but now looked like the aftermath of a landslide. Somewhere down to my left, under the bridge, a truck passed overhead. The thump-thump of tires on expansion joints filtered down, muffled and distant. No horn, no voices. Just the world going on above a place it had chosen not to look at. 18.0, I muttered, jotting numbers in the notebook. Light corrosion tie condition, fair to poor. Grade stable at present. The ritual of it helped. Measurements, observations, concrete words that fit on forms. The gauge check came next. I slung the gauge rod off my shoulder, a metal bar with jaws that fit over the inside faces of the rails, and set it down across the track at one of the flagged joints. The jaws bit onto the steel with a little click. I leaned down, flashlight tucked between my shoulder and my cheek, to shine along the length of it, and checked the measurement. Standard, within tolerance, dead steel, dead numbers. I moved a few ties up closer to the apex. Here, some of the sleepers were ancient sun-silvered wood grain, splitting creosote long leached out of the surface and sunk deep into the heart. Others were newer, darker, their edges sharper. The mix gave the whole thing a scabbed look, like patchwork skin over a wound that had not healed right. I dropped the gauge again, jaws kissing the inner faces of the rails. The wind pushed up from the creek in a sharp gust, carrying with it that undersmell of rust and something older. My eyes watered. As I braced to read the measurement, something on the tie between my boots caught the edge of my light. It was a stain. At first, that was all my brain supplied. A dark, irregular band across the grain of the wood, a few inches wide just off center. There were plenty of those on gray old oil from passing axles, creosote bleed, the black drips of whatever flammable junk had leaked over the years. But this one was wrong. For one thing, the color was off. Oil stains go to a deep, shiny black, reflective in a way that picks up any light like a mirror. This mark was a deeper brown, almost maroon, where the flashlight hit it dead on. For another, it sat on the surface instead of having sunk fully in. The older discolorations were part of the wood, now their edges feathering into the grain. This streak lay across the top, like something that had been poured or pressed there and had never fully been let go. I frowned and shifted the light closer. The texture jumped into sharper focus. The rest of the tie was dry fibers standing up where weather and boots and time had roughed them. The stain, though, seemed to glue some of those fibers down. Little ridges and peaks of wood lay flattened under it, the way hair mats under a spill. I told myself it was oil, that some idiot maintenance truck had leaked hydraulic fluid here during that mid-life tie replacement, that some piece of equipment had blown a line on this very spot and bled out onto the sleeper. My hand moved almost of its own accord. I reached down with gloved fingers and touched the edge of the stain. It should have been dry. Everything else out here was dry. The air was cold enough that my breath fogged in front of my face. The wood around it was stiff, brittle. The streak was not. My glove sank just a fraction into a tacky layer that yielded like the surface of jelly. There was resistance underneath the firmness of the tie itself, but the top, those first few microscopic layers, were soft, not wet like fresh paint, not liquid, just not done. Like something halfway between dry and spoiled, the way blood on an old bandage looks when it has sat under air too long, dark, glossy, still a little pliable if you press it. A cold shiver ran straight up my arm into my shoulder. I jerked my hand back. Thin threads of the stuff stretched with my glove before snapping, leaving smeared streaks on the rubberized fabric. Under the flashlight, they gleamed dark, red-brown. I held my hand up closer to my face, squinting. The smell hit me before the visuals really landed. Copper. Not strong, not like a slaughterhouse, not like fresh meat, but unmistakable. The faint metallic tang I had been half imagining in the wind snapped into focus, concentrated here on my glove, burning the back of my nose. There is a point where your brain runs out of plausible excuses. Oil does not smell like that. Old hydraulic fluid does not string like that. Rust does not stay soft. Blood does. Impossible, I said out loud, because saying it made it feel like it might become true. The derailment had happened before I was born. 30+ years of rain and sun and freeze-thaw cycles should have eaten every trace of organic matter on these ties. They should have been nothing but wood and chemicals and whatever tiny life had moved into the cracks. Yet here, at the apex of the curve where the first car had left the rail, there was a band of something that looked and behaved a lot like blood that had never finished drying. The wind gusted again harder, pushing up from the creek in a way that made me grip the gauge bar to keep my balance. The smell from below intensified for a second, bringing with it a phantom chorus of sounds I told myself I was not hearing. Metal tearing, glass breaking in a rippling cascade, a low thunder of mass going somewhere it was not supposed to, and under that, almost, but not quite lost. A voice not in my ears, but in my bones, saying no in the same hopeless way over and over. The gauge measurement on the bar in front of me was perfectly within limits. I wrote it down in the notebook with a hand that left faint red-brown smears on the page. 5.2. Embedded. Standing up on the rail, the curve felt like a scar. Halfway down the embankment, it felt like a wound someone had just thrown dirt over. From the top, all you really see is the slope and the creek. You know there was wreckage once. You know there were cars that went over. But your brain kindly keeps it abstract steel glass numbers. It is easy to pretend they hauled it all away, that whatever was left is just rust and junk. It gets harder to keep that story straight once you start climbing down. The talus gave under my boots in slow slides, little avalanches of rock and crushed concrete that hissed their way toward the water. Every step I took sent another fan of debris trickling past my ankles. I kept my weight low, one hand trailing along the embankment for balance, the other holding the flashlight, so the beam cut across the slope at an angle. Chunks of metal showed themselves in the light twisted plates, bolts a mangled length of what might once have been handrail. Some of it was obvious post-wreck cleanup rebar broken chunks of old retaining wall, the kind of trash that accumulates when you throw money and concrete at a problem and then walk away before you finish. Some of it was older. There was a patch about halfway down where the rocks seemed to clump around something that refused to fully bury. The shape under them made a subtle, unnatural geometry, a straight line here, a right angle there, that the rest of the slope did not have. I slid the last few feet on the sides of my boots, grit filling the space between sole and leather, and let myself come to rest against a half-buried hunk of metal. Up close in the beam, it resolved into something I recognized, and very much did not want to. Door frame. Passenger car door by the look of it. It sat canted at an angle half swallowed by the slope. The upper half was exposed, the lower half sunk into a mixture of dirt, broken rock, and what looked suspiciously like poured concrete, as if someone had tried to pin it in place rather than remove it. The frame itself was bent inward, top corner twisted like someone had grabbed it and tried to crumple it in their fist. The paint, what little was left, was a sun-bleached ghost of whatever color Metro had gone with in the 80s. Pale cream, maybe, or something that had once aspired to be white. Rust had eaten deep into the joints, blooming in flaky clusters around the hinges. The glass was mostly gone. Whatever hadn't shattered in the wreck had long since fallen out and joined the rest of the trash down by the water. But in places, shards still clung to the rubber gasket teeth of safety glass, catching my light in dull, spider-webbed glitter. Beyond the frame was darkness. I shifted the flashlight, angling the beam through the gap where a window should have been. Dust motes swam up in the light, disturbed by my movement, drifting like slow snow. Then the inside of the car bloomed into view, and whatever distance I had been keeping in my head evaporated. The first thing I noticed was the color. The seats were still there, bolted to the floor in rows, though many had torn loose and slammed forward in the impact. The upholstery had been some cheerful commuter pattern, once burgundy red with darker flecks meant to hide stains and give people something bland to ignore while they stared at their phones. Now in the flashlight, it had gone to a blackened, dried blood shade. Large swaths of fabric were stiff with something darker than age. Patches of seatback and cushion were saturated in irregular, overlapping shapes, a topography of spills that had soaked in and crusted over. The texture was wrong for simple grime. It had that bubbled, crackled surface you get when liquid dries in layers, each one pulling away from the next. A metal pole, probably once part of a luggage rack, had punched straight through one of the seat backs, pinning it at an angle. The foam underneath had burst out in a spray, frozen now in jagged chunks, some of them stuck to the ceiling with what I wanted very badly to be mud. The air that came out of that hollow when I leaned closer was old and wet and wrong. It had the stale chill of a basement that has never properly dried, layered with the sour sweetness of decay. Not fresh rot, you do not get that putrid nose-curling punch after this long, but something deeper, like the memory of rot soaked into fabric. Underneath it all sat that same iron tang I had smelled up on the ties concentrated here, heavy enough that I could taste it at the back of my throat. Time should have washed that away. Air should have thinned it. Instead, it was as if the car itself had sealed it in and refused to let go. My beam tracked along the row over collapsed seats and twisted metal, picking out details I did not want: a cracked plastic armrest with fingernail gouges worn into it. A safety placard half melted the little stick figure person still sitting there calmly under the word emergency. Then the light slid down to the corner nearest the door and everything else snapped out of focus. There was a skull wedged between the seat and the metal wall. It was jammed into a space it was never meant to fit, caught in the V where the cushion had been driven hard against the interior paneling. The cheekbones were pressed tight against the blue-gray metal, the eye sockets turned slightly upward, empty and dark. The lower jaw was broken. The mandible hung at an angle, the bone split cleanly in one place and crushed in another, teeth canted, some missing. One canine on the upper jaw was snapped in half, the break a clean diagonal through enamel and dentin. A thin band of metal hugged the front teeth, glinting faintly. Braces. Most of the brackets were still anchored, wired together in a twisted, tangled line. The wire had sheared in one place and coiled back on itself, embedded in a crack in the bone. There were other bones around it. A radius or ulna lay along the edge of the seat, forearm length, the end wedged under the metal rail, as if it had been pinned there by the force of bodies slamming forward. A couple of ribs, curved, fragile, were stuck in an impossible position between the cushion and the sidewall. One snapped clean, the other splintered into thin, jagged spears. The way they were oriented, you did not have to work hard to picture how the body had been thrown, headfirst, face toward the window as the car went sideways. Everything after that was physics. For a long moment, I just crouched there on the slope, my boots slipping a little on the loose rock, my knees complaining, breath shallow. I knew academically that they had not recovered everyone. No wreck that bad ends with every part neatly tagged and bagged. But seeing teeth and bone up close, half embedded in the life of the train, turned that knowledge into something else. I reached out without thinking, gloved hand lifting toward the bent doorframe, wanting to steady myself, to lean in for a better look, to confirm that what I was seeing was real, and not just some grotesque arrangement my brain had made from shadows and trash. My palm met cool metal where the window frame had twisted. The edge was rough under the glove, patches of rust flaking away. That was when something inside gave way. A strip of material peeled off from the top of the frame and dropped straight down onto my face. It hit me across the mouth and nose with a soft, slapping weight, cold and unexpectedly heavy. Instinctively, I flinched backward, losing my balance on the scree. My feet went out from under me, and I landed hard on my ass, sliding a foot or two down the slope before friction caught me. For a second, I could not see. The flashlight had bounced out of my hand, coming to rest beam down in the rocks, throwing weird upward shadows. Whatever had fallen on me still clung where it had struck a damp, textured sheet, covering part of my cheek. I grabbed at it, one-handed, fingers scrabbling clumsily. It did not feel like insulation or foam or fabric. It had give, but it did not tear easily. When I finally got purchase and pulled it away, it stretched a little before coming free, making a faint, sticky sound. In my hand, in the half-light, it looked at first like some old piece of upholstery, brownish, irregular edges, frayed. Then my brain caught up with the details. The underside was a paler shade with a faint, faded pattern of fine lines. Hair follicles. Tiny dark dots scattered across the surface where hair had once grown, most of them empty now, a few still clinging to short, brittle hairs that lay flat in the direction they had been trained for years. It was skin. Human skin. Dried almost to leather, the top darkened the underside a sick parchment color. One edge ended in a jagged tear where it had separated from whatever it used to be attached to. There were no muscle fibers on the back anymore, no fat, just that thin, horrifying layer, like someone had peeled the outermost page off a person and pressed it onto the metal until it stuck. Some part of me decided very calmly that this was the moment we were officially past old wreckage, and well into this line should not exist. The rest of me just sat there, heart knocking against my ribs like it wanted out, handshaking so hard the strip of skin fluttered. I dropped it. It hit the rocks with a faint papery sound and lay there half on a shard of glass, half on dirt. It did not dissolve or crumble. It just lay quietly, obscene. For a few seconds I could not hear anything but my own breathing and the blood in my ears. Then from inside the car, something hit the inner wall. The sound was not loud in the way a shout is loud. It was dense. A single solid thump like the flat of a hand or a shoulder or a head slamming into glass. The kind of noise you get when someone forgets there is a window and steps into it, full force. Dust rained down from the lip of the frame in a fine sheet straight into my eyes. I swore reflexively, squeezing them shut. Grit scratched across my corneas, a hot, immediate sting. My hand flew up to rub, then stopped mid-motion when I remembered what I had just been holding. The air inside the car moved. I could not see it, but I felt it, a subtle puff that pushed more of that trapped, sour, sweet smell out through the empty window. It washed over my face and into my sinuses, making my stomach flip. For half a heartbeat in the blind dark behind my squeezed shut eyes, I saw something anyway, a row of seats full of bodies, all thrown forward at once, all faces hitting the same section of glass. Another thump sounded from inside, softer this time, followed by a little cascade of grit settling. When I forced my eyes open again, blinking through tears, the scene had not changed. The skull was still wedged there, jaw-broken braces catching the light. The ribs were still pinned. The door frame was just rust and metal. The strip of skin still lay where I had dropped it, edges curling slightly as the night air worked on it. No new cracks in the metal. No fresh impressions on missing glass. Nothing moved. I scrambled backward up the slope on hands and feet, boots skidding rocks rattling down around me. I did not stop until my shoulder hit a chunk of old concrete, and the rails were visible above me again, a clean, impossible line against the sky. Structural, I told myself, sucking in lungfuls of cold air that tasted blessedly free of that interior stink. You're here for structural. The rest of it isn't real. It can't be. But as I climbed, dust still in my eyes, the faint echo of that impact clung to me. Like someone or something inside the buried car had just realized there was still a world on the other side of the frame. And for the first time in decades, it had reached out and knocked. 5.3. The report I did not file. By the time I clawed my way back up to the track, my legs felt like they belonged to somebody else. The grade that had not seemed all that steep on the way down had turned into a climb out of a grave. My boots slipped twice in the loose stone. Both times I had a split-second flash of sliding backward, of skidding all the way down past the buried door and into the creek, into whatever else was waiting in the mud. When I finally hoisted myself up over the lip of the embankment and onto relatively level ballast, I had to brace a hand on the rail to stay upright. The steel was cold, steady, indifferent. The normalcy of that helped, but only a little. The truck sat where I had left it, hazard bar, still spinning slow amber circles over the curve. It looked too clean for this place, too new, like someone had parked a rental car at the edge of a crime scene. I made it as far as the front bumper before my stomach quit pretending it was on my side. I bent over in the grass beside the ballast and vomited until there was nothing left but acid and thin air. My ribs pulled tight with each heave. The smell coming out of me mixed with the lingering iron tang in the wind, and for a second, it felt like my own body was trying to match what was in that buried car. When it was over, I stayed crouched, one hand braced on my knee, spit stringing from my lips, breath sawing in and out. My gloves shook when I pulled them off, the stained one sticking for a second to my skin where blood had dried along my wrist. The strip of skin I had dropped on the slope ghosted in my vision every time I blinked, the tiny hair follicles, the way it had stretched, the skull wedged in the frame, the way something had hit the inside of the car when there should not have been anything left that could move. "Get a grip," I muttered, though the words came out ragged. "You're here to work." It sounded ridiculous in the open air. The line did not care about my job description. I forced myself into the cab, slammed the door a little harder than I meant to, and sat there with my hands on the steering wheel until they stopped trembling enough that I trusted my fingers to hit the right buttons. Company policy says you log major findings as soon as you can while details are fresh. No excuses, no, I'll do it when I get back. Out here, when I get back, is not guaranteed. The tablet lived in a dock on the dash, a rugged thing with a cracked corner and a stylus tethered to it by a chewed-up cord. I popped it out, waking the screen with a thumbprint. The Metro inspection app blinked up clean fields, drop-down menus, little boxes waiting for neat, tidy problems. I scrolled to gray line to the segment I was on. Curve, MP 17.8 to 18.4. Embankment/structures/debris. The previous entries were all old vegetation encroachment, minor ballast loss. Signal foundations stable at time of inspection. None of them mentioned what was half buried down there. Maybe it had been deeper under the rock than less exposed. Maybe whoever had walked this curve last had simply chosen not to see. New entry, cursor blinking. Observation. My fingers hovered over the on-screen keyboard. Found human remains, I typed. Bones embedded in remnant car body on embank. My thumb slid up and hit backspace. The words vanished one by one, blinked out by my own hand. I watched them go like I was watching someone else wipe evidence off glass. Because steel remembers, Hank had said. And it is cheaper to ignore a ghost line than to admit what you did to it. And the supervisor, no weird shit in the system. Different words, same message. I could already see it, the face he would make if found skull and braces still attached showed up in the morning report. The way his jaw would tighten, not with concern for the dead, but with fear of what that kind of language would do to his inbox, his calendar, his budget. Additional reviews, external investigators, lawyers, headlines. I thought about the skull's jaw broken sideways, about the strip of skin peeling off the frame like old tape, about the thump from inside the car, the dust in my eyes. I retyped slowly. Observation: old embedded debris on embankment, likely remnant car structure. Possible structural hazard if slope continues to erode. Recommend further assessment and mitigation prior to full service restoration. Clinical. Dry. You could read that in a meeting and never have to picture a skull staring at you through rain-warped glass. Embedded debris could be anything: scrap metal chunks of concrete random junk. Nothing in that sentence said there is at least one person still down there, and the line refuses to let them go. I sat back, thumb hovering over the submit icon. For a second, I imagined typing more. Imagined punching the words in hard enough to crack the screen. Human remains. Tooth. Skin. Impacts from inside. Imagined the app balking the network, choking on it the way the system might try to spit it out. The supervisor's voice was in my head, smoothed by years of self-preservation instinct. Keep it structural. I hit submit. The entry slid into the list, just another line item among drainage poor and spike heads rusted. The truck cab felt suddenly very small. I started the engine and let the familiar rumble settle my nerves, at least enough to drive. The radio crackled with distant chatter, other crews on other lines, their problems normal, and solid switch heaters, vandalism, a minor signal glitch on red. That dispatch was already handling. Nobody said anything about Gray. By the time I made it back to the yard, the overhead lights had turned the place into a washed-out stage. Other trucks were already backing into their spots with lazy precision. I badged through to the lot, went through the motions: fuel, logged mileage, brief nod to a supervisor who did not look up from his screen. "Anything interesting?" he asked, voice flat, almost automatic. "Old debris," I said. "Bit of slope instability by the curve. Marked it." He grunted. "Okay, we'll flag it for the rebuild boys." That was it. That was all. I drove home in a kind of muted fugue, taillights smearing red streaks through my vision. At some point, I passed a train on one of the active lines, a clean metro commuter sliding along a viaduct, windows, bright silhouettes inside. For a second, it felt like two eras had overlaid themselves, the new car gliding past, above ground, the buried one still pressed into the creek bed, full of people who never made it home. At my apartment, everything was normal on the surface. The parking lot was its usual mix of old sedans and tired pickups. The sodium lights buzzed. Somewhere a TV flickered blue through flimsy curtains. A kid's bike lay on its side near the stairwell back wheel, still slowly spinning. Inside, my place smelled like cheap detergent and the ghost of microwaved food. The fridge kicked on as I shut the door. The AC vent rattled. I locked the deadbolt, slid the chain across, and stood there for a moment in the dim, listening to the building's noises. Nothing unusual. I showered longer than I needed to, scrubbing at my skin hard enough to leave it red. No matter how hot I made the water, I could not shake the sensation of that strip of skin hitting my face the way it had stuck for a second. When I finally killed the lights and lay down, the bedroom felt both too quiet and not quiet enough. I could hear the neighbor's TV through the wall, low, the refrigerator compressor, the faint whisper of traffic a few blocks over. Sleep, when it came, brought glass. In the dream, I was back on the slope, but the embankment was steeper, more vertical. I was not on my feet. I was pressed against something hard and cold, my cheek flattened to it. I could not tell if I was inside the car or outside, only that there was nothing under me but the idea of falling. Every few seconds, something slammed into the surface near my head. Flat, heavy impacts. Thup, thup, thup. Dust fell into my eyes and mouth. I tried to lift my hands, but they were pinned, caught between metal and something soft that yielded and then stiffened like piles of bodies pressing in. The smell was overwhelming, old breath, old fear that layered blood on fabric reek. Faces smeared across the glass in front of me, mouths open, eyes wide, then stretched, then gone, replaced by more, over and over. Sometimes mine was among them, sometimes not. The impacts kept coming. Thup, thup, thup. I woke up with my heart hammering against my ribs, the sound still ringing in my ears. For a second, disoriented, I thought the noise was real, that someone was pounding on my bedroom window. There was nothing. No knocks, no footsteps. Just the refrigerator cycling off in the other room, with a soft click, the building settling. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat there breathing. The red numbers on the digital clock said 3:17 a.m. The exact hour you expect bad news. My mouth tasted like metal. A drink of water seemed like the most normal thing I could do, so I shuffled out to the kitchen, bare feet, whispering on the thin carpet. The living room was a faint box of shapes, the couch, the TV, the blinds over the sliding door. That was when I saw the floor. Under the window, the carpet was its usual mottled beige. So was the stretch in front of the couch. But between the front door and the television, there was a faint, darker trail. Mud. Not much, just a series of small, irregular footprints, like someone had walked in from the outside with wet shoes and not bothered to wipe them. The prints were spaced, unevenly toes, pointed in a straight line from the door to the spot right in front of the TV stand. They were not big enough to be mine. I flipped the light on, half expecting them to vanish, some trick of shadows and sleep. They did not. The marks were a dull, wet brown, soaking into the cheap carpet fibers. Not fresh wet, but recent enough that the edges were still defined, the outlines of toes and heels clear. The tread pattern, such as it was, looked shallow, like the soles that made them were worn nearly smooth. There were maybe 8 prints total. They started just inside the door, where a normal person would stand to kick their shoes off. But there were no shoe prints there, just bare, slightly smeared impressions, as if whoever had come in had stepped out of something just before crossing the threshold. The prints walked in a straight, intent line to the TV, then stopped. Nothing led away. No turn back to the door. No detour to the hallway. No fading trail toward the bedroom. The last print was half under the edge of the TV stand toes, touching the cheap wood veneer. Above it, the blank dark of the powered-off screen reflected the room back at me in vague shapes, a warped version of my own outline, the doorway, the bright square of the kitchen light. My hand went automatically to the deadbolt. It was still latched. The chain was still across. There were no signs of forced entry, just the mud. The smell from the curve tried to climb back into my nose. Creak, stink, iron rot. I backed away hard, doing that weird double-time stutter it gets when your body cannot decide between fight and flight. It was almost a relief when the alarm went off a few hours later. The banal jangle of my phone's default tone felt like proof that the world still functioned on some level. Daylight made the footprints look less dramatic, but no more explainable. The mud had dried a bit, crusting at the edges. I scrubbed at them with a rag and cleaner until my arm ached, until the carpet was just one more patch of slightly darker beige among many. On my way out, I glanced at the TV screen. For a moment in the reflection, I thought I saw someone standing behind me on the other side of the room, just inside the front door, tall, thin head cocked. When I turned around, there was only the door closed and locked. 3 days passed before I worked up the nerve to go back to the curve-off shift. I told myself I was doing it for documentation, for the sake of eventually doing the right thing. Photos are harder to ignore than phrases like embedded debris. If I could get a clear shot of the door, the skull, the bones, maybe I could force someone above my pay grade to look. So I drove up there alone on an off night, no work order in my pocket, no radio clipped to my chest. Just my truck, my phone, and a knot of dread sitting under my sternum. The access road was the same rutted mess. The bridge was the same graffitied concrete. The air was the same chill pushing up from the creek. The curve looked cleaner, not better, not fixed, just smoother, less clutter on the slope. I parked at roughly the same spot, cut the engine, and walked to the edge of the embankment. The tailless slope was still there, dropping away in broken rock and dirt. The creek still slid along at the bottom, brown and lazy. But the patch where the door had been, that specific cluster of angles and wrong geometry, was gone. No bent frame, no half-buried window, no obvious pocket of interior space. If I had not known exactly where to look, I would have missed any sign that a car had ever come to rest there. Even knowing, all I could see was a slightly smoother patch where the rocks were more uniform, as if someone had scraped the slope down and regraded it. Nobody at Metro had mentioned sending a crew out here. There had been no heavy equipment on the schedule, no closures, nothing. And even if they had quietly dispatched a cleanup crew, there should have been tracks, disturbed earth, something. The slope looked like it had always been this way, like I had imagined the door, the seats, the skull, the bones, the smell. I pulled out my phone with hands that were suddenly slick and cold. The camera app opened with a familiar, comforting click. Fine, I told myself. Maybe you hit your head harder than you thought the other night. Maybe your brain filled in horror where there was only junk. Maybe you cannot trust your own memory. But I had taken photos. Even in that panicked slide back up the grade, some rational part of me had lifted the phone and snapped off a couple of shots through the gap in the frame. Proof. Insurance against my own doubts. I thumbed into the gallery, scrolling back to the night at the curve. There they were, 3 images, time-stamped just after the inspection entry, grainy and low light, but clear enough. In the first, the door frame dominated the right side of the shot, its bent edge framing the darkness inside. The seats closest to it were visible, their dark, stained fabric caught in the LED glare. In the corner, the skull was their jaw-broken profile turned slightly away, empty socket staring toward the opposite wall. In the second, the angle had shifted. The beam had caught more of the interior ribs, arm bones, the twisted luggage rack bar. The skull was still wedged, still turned away, teeth bared in that same crooked line of bent braces. In the third, my breath stopped. Everything else was the same. Same bent frame, same torn seats, same shards of glass clinging to rubber. But the skull had moved. It was no longer turned away, no longer in profile. The hollow sockets were facing directly toward the camera, now full on, as if whoever's head that had been had turned to look right at me between one photo and the next. The angle of the jaw had shifted with it. The broken mandible hung more crookedly, giving the impression of a mouth partway open, mid-word, mid-scream. The braces caught the flash in 2 tiny, perfect points of reflected light, like pupils. Standing there on the curve phone, cold in my hand, I could feel the curve under my boots, the way I had felt the car under my feet in the dream. Gray Line was not just carrying the weight of trains anymore. It was carrying what was left of the people it had broken, and somewhere along the way it had decided that I was going to help it remember. 6.1. The test run. That wasn't the night the ghost decided it did not need my imagination anymore. Started out as paperwork. On the board in the break room, under the usual list of trouble spots and maintenance notes, someone had written in fresh marker, gray, Test movement 101-2300-0100. Do not occupy track. They had drawn a little box around it, like that would contain what it meant. "Good news," the supervisor said later, clapping his hands together like he was warming them at a fire. "We're finally putting some wheels on Gray. Systems test. Light consists one unit, a couple of cars. Make sure the new signals talk to the old brain. See how the track behaves under real weight." He pointed at me with the marker dotting the air between us. "You're up on the grade," he said. 17 to 18. You know it better than anybody else. You'll have eyes on the curve. You see anything weird, structural weird, not ghost weird, you get on the radio and you tell them to kill it." He said it like it was simple, like we were just running a new train down a line that had always been there. "Who's on the cab?" I asked. "Riley," he said. "Guy knows how to babysit a test move. Slow conservative by the book." He scribbled a time window next to the note. 2300 departure from the yard. Hit my section around 23:35 if everything ran clean. Signals are all showing green for the test, he added. Dispatch will keep Gray isolated. No conflicting movements, no surprises. He did not say unless the line has its own ideas. By the time I parked my truck on the shoulder of the access road and climbed up to my usual spot near milepost 17.9, the world had gone hard cold. The kind of cold that comes with dry wind and clear skies, where every metal surface feels like it has been holding its breath all day. Frost glittered in the ballast, in thin, delicate films catching the light of my headlamp in brief flashes. The embankment down toward the creek was a dark gradient of shadows. Out beyond the curve, the distant orange glow of the city made the horizon look like a smog-stained bruise. I wore every layer the company would let me take: thermal shirt hoodie under the reflective vest, heavy gloves. The vest's high-vis stripes caught my own light and flashed back at me whenever I looked down, a reminder that I was supposed to be visible to at least somebody. The radio on my chest stayed quiet except for the usual background murmur from channels I was not on. My handheld chirped once as I checked in. "Dispatch maintenance 12 in position on Gray 179 to 18, I said. "Ready for test movement." Copy 12. Dispatch answered, their voice coming through crisp in the cold. "Gray test 101 will depart yard on time. You'll hear them on the channel. No other moves authorized on Gray during test window." I checked the rails the same way I always did, one hand on each head. They were cold, dry, utterly still. I stood just off the track, far enough that if anything derailed, I would not be the first thing it met, close enough to see what needed seeing. My flashlight sat on a tie beam angled down the line toward the curve, throwing a white tunnel through the dark. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The wind pushed along the line in little gusts, making the frost shiver. Somewhere down below the creek, made its slow, disgusting way through the trash. I could hear a car every now and then, on the overpass, thump, thump over joints. Then the radio crackled. "Gray test 101 to dispatch," a voice said, warm and casual, the way engineers always sound in the first few miles of a run. "We're clear of the yard. Rolling out." "Copy 101, dispatch replied. "You have exclusive occupancy of Gray. Report any anomalies." "Roger that." I could picture the "consist" in my head, because I had seen it earlier, idling near the shop. One modern road unit in fresh metro paint, a clean white LED headlight, ditch lights, bright enough to bleach the ballast, pulling 2 test cars loaded with instruments and concrete blocks for weight. Neatly labeled, neatly logged. Somewhere out there on the straight section before the curve, it had just started to move. A minute or two later, the rail under my glove hummed. This was a different hum than the ghost vibrations. I knew the feel of live scheduled traffic. The buzz came on slow, a gradual build, like a low note played on a huge instrument. The ballast whispered with it, a dry, sandy sound. Far down the line beyond the reach of my light, I saw a pinprick of white. Headlight. It slid along the rail, growing by fractions, picking out every imperfection in the steel. As it bounced off the web, the beam widened as it came brushing the trunks of trees, flashing briefly on the milepost marker further down. Everything about it felt normal. Maintenance 12 eyes on test headlight, I said into the radio. Approach to curve looks clear visually. Copy 12, dispatch said. 101, be advised you have a maintainer watching at 17.9. Proceed with caution. Yeah, we see his truck. Riley's voice came back. Gray test 101 continuing. The vibration built worked its way up through my boots. There was still a part of me that loved that feeling, the knowledge of so much mass moving in a controlled line. Then the radio squealed. It started as a little edge of static around Riley's next sentence. Dispatch Gray, test 101 approaching. The rest dissolved. White noise slammed into my ear so hard I flinched. It was not the usual hiss of a bad connection. It was a tearing sound, like someone had yanked two live wires together right next to the mic. For a second, it carried an undertone, something that might have been a voice stretched beyond recognition, vowels dragged out into pure sound. I yanked the radio away from my chest, thumb already reaching for the volume when the noise snapped off. Silence. Then very clearly, as if the signal had tunneled through from somewhere else. Brakes. One word. Flat. The syllable clipped at the end like someone had taken a recording and cut it short. My spine tried to leave my body. The radio's display showed the right channel, the right ID. The signal strength icon flickered, then steadied. Brakes. Brakes. The word repeated, looping each instance slightly overlapped with the last. There was no call sign, no preface. Just that one word, the same one I had heard whispered up through the ballast, the same one the old reports had flagged as the last intelligible thing from the gray wreck. Dispatch, this is maintenance 12, I said, forcing my voice through a throat that had gone dry. I'm hearing something on the channel. Can you confirm contact with test 101 nothing? The radio lights were on. The little green receive indicator glowed steady, but there was no response. The rail under my boot changed. The vibration shifted frequency subtly at first, then more insistently. Modern track on Metro's main lines is mostly continuous welded rail. You feel the weight, you hear the hum, but you do not get that old-fashioned click-click over and over. When you do hit a joint or a bit of older rail, it is a noticeable blip on top of the smooth song. Now under my foot, the rhythm was all blips. Clack, 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 clack. Not fast enough to be pure noise, not slow enough to count easily, just constant each impact, another reminder of a joint. I lifted my boot and set it down again. The beat was still there, unchanged by my own movement. My eyes went to the headlight. It was closer now, rounding the curve in the distance. Only it did not look right. The light was the wrong color. Metro's newer units throw a harsh, almost blue-white light. Clean cold, like a camera flash. This headlight was a different shade entirely, a deep, sodium-tainted yellow, the kind you see in old photographs of trains from the 70s and 80s. It did not have the twin spear points of modern ditch lights either. Instead, there was a single round glare centered high with two smaller, dimmer spots below it that pulsed dully with the track. For a second, my brain tried to reconcile what I was seeing with what I knew was supposed to be out there. Some weird lens flare, a reflection. Then the front end of the locomotive swung fully into view, and there was no pretending. The silhouette did not match the unit I had seen in the yard. It was boxier, squatter, the cab windows a different shape. The paint was wrong too, dark, grimy, more like the old Metro scheme from archival photos than the crisp lines of the present. I had seen this model in pictures, on plaques, in a training video once during a segment on historical incidents. It was one of the units Metro had retired years before I was born, sent to scrap or museums. Dispatch Maintenance 12, I said again, slower now, as if maybe giving the words weight would make them land. Visual on movement approaching 17.9 does not match scheduled consist. Please advise. The radio hissed. Brakes. The words seeped through again this time, layered under the hiss under something else that might have been a scream stretched so long it turned into a tone. The frost at my feet jumped with each invisible joint the wheels were hitting. The headlight washed over the trees, bleaching their trunks a jaundiced white. It kept coming utterly indifferent to the fact that nothing like it was supposed to exist here anymore. It was not on the timetable. It was not on the board. It had been retired the way the line was supposed to be retired. But Gray did not care what the company had decided. Gray was running its own test. 6.2. Impact. At some point between recognizing the locomotive and realizing how fast it was moving, my body decided it wanted no part of physics. The grade that had felt modest in daylight was now a throat the train was about to scream down. I could see it in the way the headlight bounced too quick, too jittery, the beam cutting deeper into the curve with each second. This was not a cautious test speed. This was committed the way something moves when there is no plan to stop. Gray test 101, you're hot on that grade. I barked into the radio voice, cracking. Reduce. You need to reduce now. Static answered me. Not the thin hiss of distance. Thick static, grainy. It filled my ear like sand being poured down a pipe. Underneath it, faint and bleeding through, were voices far away, overlapping, none of them talking to me. No. I said the brakes. We're not slowing snatches torn apart by the interference dropping in and out like someone was spinning a tuning dial too fast. Dispatch Maintenance 12 emergency. My thumb pressed the transmit button so hard it hurt. The only reply was a screech of white noise, and under it a scream that went on too long to belong to one person. It was the wrong soundscape for a modern test run. The ground was shaking now hard enough that the ballast under my boots tried to walk my feet sideways. It was not the smooth buzz of welded rail under controlled speed. It was the stuttering hammer of joints, clack, 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 hammering up through the steel into the ties into me. The headlight swelled. The nose of the locomotive hit the section where my own flashlight beam ended, erupting out of the dark like something surfacing. For a second, the shape was silhouetted perfectly boxy cab, old-style number boards, a paint scheme filthy with soot and age. Metro's logo was still visible under the grime, and older version colors almost lost. Rust streaked down from every seam. The windshield was a spider web of cracks, one corner caved inward. It was coming too fast. Even without a speed gun, you learn to judge how a train is moving, how much room it has to stop. Even if every brake shoe on that consist had clamped down at that exact second, it did not have the distance to ease through that curve safely. Not now. Not at that grade. Some rational lizard part of my brain did the math and came back with one word run. I stepped backward off the ballast. My heel caught the edge of a tie. The rail under my other foot lurched. The world dropped out from under me. I went sideways, twisting my shoulder, slamming into a sleeper hard enough that a bright flash popped behind my eyes. My legs went out from under me, and I slid down the slight slope beside the track ballast, ripping at my pants, sharp stones carving hot lines into my skin. The flashlight flew out of my hand, tumbling end over end. Its beam spun across rail and sky and weeds, then vanished somewhere down the embankment. For a second, the world was nothing but motion and the thunder of the approaching train. I tried to push myself up, palms scraping on rock lungs, dragging in chilled air that tasted like dust and metal. My body felt slow, syrupy, like I was moving underwater. The horn hit. It ripped through the night, full volume, no warning, no rulebook cadence, just a raw, continuous blast that shredded my eardrums. It felt less like sound and more like pressure, a slab of force smashing into my chest, into the soft parts of my head. My teeth buzzed. My eyes watered. The headlight washed over me, turning the world into flat, blinding white. For a heartbeat, I saw everything too clearly. The nose of the locomotive was wrong up close. Panels buckled inward metal like crumpled paper. One side of the pilot was bent up, dragging a cluster of ballast stones lodged in it like shrapnel. There were streaks along the front that were not rust, darker, the color of dried liver smeared in arcs and drips. The windows were almost gone. One had blown in entirely. The other clung to a web of cracks and fragments held in place by stubborn luck. Through the shattered glass, figures flickered in the cab shapes, where the engineer and conductor should have been shifting in the headlight glare, like smoke trapped in a box. The locomotive roared past where I had been standing seconds earlier. The impact did not come as one clean moment. It came as a collapse of time. As the engine hit the apex of the curve, the world went dark. Not night dark, not no flashlight dark. Everything snapped off at once, the truck lights, my headlamp, the hazy bleed from the city sky. The headlight did not illuminate anything anymore. It was as if I had stepped sideways into the beam instead of standing in front of it. I was no longer lying on the ballast. I was nowhere and everywhere, pinned between breaths. Sound slammed into that nowhere first. Not a single crash, but layers of them stacked and cycling like a looped tape. Metal shrieking as it peeled away from itself, a high tearing howl that set my teeth on edge. Glass exploding inward in bursts, showering down on crowded bodies. The gut-deep boom of car after car, jumping track, slamming sideways, colliding with whatever unlucky mass came next. Underneath the big sounds were the softer, worse ones. Bones breaking in rapid succession, a wet snapping series, like someone stomping on a crate full of kindling. Seats ripping loose bolts, shearing. The slap and thud of human bodies hitting anything and everything, ceilings, floors, each other. And over all of it, woven through a background track of voices. Some were single sharp stabs of sound screams that started strong and cut off mid-note. Others went on and on, rising, breaking, trailing into raw animal noises. A child's thin wail, an old man's hoarse bellows, a woman repeating "no, no, no, no" so fast the words blurred. Someone prayed in Spanish. Someone else just laughed once, hysterical, a sound that flipped into a shriek halfway through. My chest tightened. I could not breathe. Pressure slammed into my ribs from all sides at once, like the air had thickened and decided it hated the shape of my body. My lungs tried to expand and met an invisible wall. It felt exactly like being the one who had stood up to reach for something, just as the car went sideways, like being caught between two forces that did not care at all that you were there. The smell hit next. Hot blood, sharp and coppery, sprayed into the air and onto fabric, onto hair, onto hard plastic. The odor of it rolled through the space in a wave thick enough to taste. Mixed in with it was the rank stink of fear, urine, feces, stomach acid, as people lost control of everything at once. Someone's cheap cologne. The cloying sweetness of spilled soda, the bitter tang of coffee from a shattered travel mug. Burnt rubber where brakes locked and failed. Diesel fumes choked the rest, that heavy, oily scent of fuel dumping where it should not. There was something burning, too plastic wiring upholstery. a touch of scorched hair. All of it layered and layered and layered, like this moment had never stopped happening, just kept replaying itself on permanent loop. In the middle of the noise, a shape slammed into the space beside me. I was pressed against something hard metal wall on one side, crushed seat back on the other. The world outside existed only as streaks of light and impact. People were jammed against me, their weight pinning my arms, their breaths hot and ragged in my ear. But that did not make sense because I knew with a clarity that cut through the chaos that I was supposed to be outside. I turned my head. There was a window there, what was left of it. Cracked glass smeared with something dark held in place by rubber framing that had started to peel away. A blood trail had painted itself in ragged arcs across it, dull brown streaks that caught the light in places. Hair stuck to one edge, strands fanned out and glued down. Beyond it, for a flash of impossible calm, I saw the outside world. Gray line under the night sky, the curve, the ballast, the rails, the embankment dropping away into shadow. My truck parked where I had left it, hazard light bar spinning its lazy amber circle. And me. My own body lay half on the ballast, half on the sloped edge, one arm flung out the other, twisted under me at a bad angle. From where I was pressed into the interior cheek against glass, I could see the side of my face. Eyes wide, mouth slightly open like I was about to say something and had forgotten what. We locked eyes. It was not dramatic. It was not cinematic. It was just a split second of recognition, the exact same look of sick white realization mirrored back at me from outside and inside at once. Then something grabbed me. A hand cold in a way that had nothing to do with the weather clamped around the back of my neck. The fingers were too long, or maybe it only felt that way because every nerve in my spine lit up at once. The grip was not gentle. It yanked. The world inverted like someone had taken the film strip and flipped it. Up was down, inside was outside. The bodies pressing in were gone. And suddenly I was back on the ballast lungs, finally dragging in air so cold it burned. The train's noise did not fade like a real one would. It cut. One moment the cacophony was everything. The next, there was only the echo of it hanging in the dark, like the afterimage of a bright light. The headlight was past me now, but it left no beam trailing behind. The cars followed in a blur, each one a momentary absence rather than a presence, silhouettes stuffed full of shapes that did not sit right. In the windows closest to me, faces were packed against the glass. A man with half his face missing bone exposed where his cheek should have been, teeth bared in a grotesque, accidental grin. His tongue lolled out through the ruin, slapping wetly against the glass, in time with the car's impossible motion. A child maybe 8, with eyes that were nothing but dark, collapsed pit sockets crushed inward. Blood had dried in twin tracks down his cheeks, like tears that had never stopped. A woman whose scalp had peeled back from her forehead, hair hanging in sticky clumps, skin bunched somewhere behind her ears. Strands of hair and flesh were plastered across the window, leaving streaks every time the car jolted, smearing whatever world lay beyond into red-brown brushstrokes. They were all looking straight at me. Not through me, not in that vague faces at windows way. Their heads were angled, necks twisted at impossible angles just to keep me in view as the car roared past. I could not move. The train tore through the curve, but it did not displace air the way real mass should. There was no wind, no buffet, only pressure in my chest and ringing in my ears, the ghost of weight without the body. Somewhere in the middle of the consist, a set of wheels hit something that was not there, and sparks shot out, hanging in the dark for a second longer than they should have, then vanishing. The last car went by, full of more faces, more hands beating hollowly against glass that might not even have existed anymore. Then it was gone. No receding light, no dwindling sound. It just stopped being there, like someone had cut the power to a projector mid-reel. I was on my side on the ballast, fingers dug so hard into the rock that the edges had cut little crescents into my palms. My ribs hurt with every breath, a deep bruised ache that felt like someone had squeezed me in a vice. My radio lay a foot away, speaker crackling with a thin, distant hiss. Dispatch to Gray, Test 101. Confirm status. Test 101, you're not showing on the board, respond. Their voices sounded impossibly far away, like they were coming from another city entirely. I reached for the radio. My hand shook. Whatever had just run that curve was not on any board, but it had found me anyway. 6.3. Aftermath in 2 timelines. When the world snapped back into place, it did it without warning. No fade in, no gentle ramp from nightmare to normal. 1 second, I was nowhere, pinned between shattered glass and bodies that no longer knew where to fall. The next, there was ballast digging into my ribs and a sky overhead that looked exactly like it had before the headlight appeared. Cold air hit my lungs in a rush. I sucked it in like I had been underwater. The first breath burned, the second hurt, the third finally felt like it reached the bottom. I lay there for a while, not moving, just cataloging. My face was pressed against stone. One cheek had gone numb where a sharp piece of ballast had been patiently cutting into it. My right shoulder felt like it had been introduced to a baseball bat. My ribs ached in a deep, radiating way, each inhale sending a dull bolt of pain through my side. The night was quiet again. Too quiet. No horn. No clatter, no distant receding thunder of a consist rolling away. Just wind at the edge of hearing the faint burble of the creek below and my own ragged breathing. I rolled onto my back, gravel grinding into my spine, and stared up at the sky. The stars were out, thin and cold, the way they get when you are just far enough from the city to see them, but not far enough to escape its haze. For a second, it felt like they were all leaning in, curious. The reflective stripes on my vest glowed faintly in the dark when I looked down. One side of the vest was ripped from shoulder to hem, fabric torn as if something with fingers had grabbed and yanked. There were streaks across the neon yellow, dull, dark smears that in the low light read as almost black. I touched one and brought my fingers close. Even in the cold, it had not dried all the way. It clung in thin strings to my glove before snapping. Blood, fresh enough to still be tacky. Some of it was mine. There were fresh cuts on my hands, on my forearms, where the ballast had taken its toll. My ribs hurt in a way that said there was bruising at best, cracks at worst. But the volume on my vest did not match the nicks I could find. Under my glove, my neck throbbed. I reached up and pressed lightly at the back, where that impossible hand had clamped down. Pain flared, a deep, bone-level ache that made my stomach flip. My radio lay in the ballast, a couple feet away, half-buried antenna bent. The speaker crackled with a life that had not been there when the ghost had the channel. Intenance 12, do you copy? 12 respond. Gray Test 101 is stopped at yard limit. We've had a brake glitch. They never made it past mile 1. 12, if you can hear this, respond now. Dispatch. The voice was sharp now, stripped of boredom, riding a hard edge of concern. I grabbed the radio thumb, fumbling over the push to talk. Dispatch, I rasped. My voice sounded shredded, like I had been screaming for an hour with a mouth full of gravel. Maintenance 12. I'm at 17.9. I read you. There was a pause that felt longer than it probably was. She says, "There you are," dispatch exhaled. "We've been trying to raise you. You dropped off GPS for a minute. Status." I pushed myself upright, every muscle protesting. The curve lay in front of me, rails cold and empty. No train, no glare, no smoke, no wreckage. Just the line as dead and unoccupied as it had been when I climbed up here. "I fell," I said, which was technically true. Rail vibration hit harder than expected. Lost my footing. "You injured, banged up," I said. "But I'm up, I'm talking. I'll get it checked when I get in." "Copy that. For your info test, 101 never got to you. Brake computer threw a fit coming out of the yard. Safety locked them down. They've been sitting in the clear this whole time. There have been no authorized movements on Gray in your section tonight. You understand?" I stared at the track, at the untouched frost on the railhead, at the ballast that, apart from the scuffs my own body had made, lay undisturbed. "I understand," I said. "Good. Finish whatever you can without killing yourself, then head back. Safety is already breathing down my neck about that glitch. I don't need a man down on top of it." Static hissed for a second, then the line went clear. No movements on Gray. None. The vibration I had felt, the horn, the light, the impossible, consists full of shattered faces. None of that was supposed to be here. Test 101 sat near the yard, a mile or more away, sulking behind a red signal, while a tech with a laptop tried to sweet-talk its brake system back to work. I got my legs under me, slowly using the rail as a crutch. My vest flapped open, where it had torn cold air, licking at the sweat chilling on my skin. That was when I saw the hat. It sat in the ballast a few feet down from where I had fallen, half propped against a tie. If I had not been at eye level with the rocks, I might have missed it. Old baseball cap. The crown was crushed. The bill bent in a way that said it had seen years of being shoved under car seats and into lockers. The fabric was an indistinct dark color under a layer of grime, the logo on the front, a faded, cracked thing that took me a second to decode. A stylized M inside a circle in colors Metro had used on their merch, back when they thought people would want to wear it. Below that, in smaller letters, a slogan that had not been on any posters since the late 80s. The cap was soaked through in one spot along the rim. The dark patch there was wetter than the rest, glistening just enough in my headlamp to give itself away. I picked it up with 2 fingers. The material squished unpleasantly. My glove came away with more of that still tacky red. Inside the band, someone had written a name in marker. The ink had bled and blurred, but I could still make out the first few letters. Jazz. I did not need the rest. The old report files had burned certain names into my brain: engineers, conductors, passengers. People who had boarded that last Gray run and never climbed off. This hat did not belong on this track in this decade. I dropped it back into the stones and stepped away, the urge to put distance between myself and whatever timeline it had slid out of overwhelming. By the time I made it back to the truck, adrenaline had burned off enough to leave me shaking. My fingers felt clumsy on the keys. The engine's familiar rumble steadied me more than I wanted to admit. I logged a bare-bones note before leaving the site: severe vibration observed during Gray test window. No physical movement confirmed. Personal fall, minor injury. No visible damage to rail or structures. I did not mention the hat, or the train, or the way my own eyes had met mine from inside a car that had not existed in 30 years. On the drive back, the road lights smeared across the windshield. Every time a freight horn blew somewhere out in the night, my chest tightened, waiting for the world to go dark again. It did not. The city stayed stubbornly itself. At home, the mirror in my bathroom did not feel like something I wanted to look into, but I did it anyway. The bruises came as no surprise, purple blooming under the skin, along my ribs, a scrape down one forearm, a cut already scabbing over near my hairline. My neck, though, stopped me. Around the back, just under the hairline, and sweeping down across the sides, a pattern had formed. The skin there was an ugly mottled mix of red and deep blue, the kind of coloration you get from a grip that is strong enough to break. The shape was unmistakable, a handprint. Not quite a perfect one, edges blurred, thumbprint smeared, but the impression of fingers wrapping around my neck was clear. One on each side, 3 more arcing around the back. They were too long. The fingertips reached farther toward my throat than a normal human hand would. Each mark curved slightly, like someone had dug in with claws that were just starting to grow. I raised my own hand palm against my throat, fingers spread. They did not line up. Mine came up short. I turned my head left, then right, watching the bruises shift in the mirror. For a second, in the warped reflection, it looked like another hand, darker, narrower, was laid over mine. I flipped the bathroom light off. The afterimage of the handprint stayed with me for a long moment, floating in the dark. Sleeping felt like a stupid idea. So did staying awake. In the end, exhaustion made the choice. I collapsed onto the bed, fully aware of every creak in the apartment around me. For a while, the noises stayed blessedly mundane, the fridge motor cycling, the tick of the wall clock, distant plumbing. My body hovered at that miserable edge between waking and sleep, where you are too tired to move but too wired to drop. Then the floor began to hum. It started as a subtle vibration under the mattress, a faint tremor that made the blinds rattle in their brackets. I put a hand on the wall, old drywall, cheap paint, and felt it there too, a low-grade shiver. The sound came in next, barely audible but unmistakable. Clack, 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 wheel over joint. The rhythm was perfect. Not a neighbor's footsteps, not the heater, jointed rail under load running directly beneath my floorboards. The bed shook in time with it. Not much, just enough that the headboard tapped lightly against the wall with each imagined joint. I held my breath and listened. No horn, no distant crossing bell, just the phantom passage of a train that should not have been anywhere near this building. If I looked at the ceiling, I could almost convince myself I saw light leaking through the cracks between the boards, sliding along in a narrow band, tracking a path only Gray knew. When sleep finally clawed me under, it did not bring rest. I was sitting in a car again. This time there was no moment of displacement, no sudden snap from outside to in. I was just there in a seat that did not feel like it belonged to me, knees jammed against the back of the row in front, stale air thick in my nose. The world around me rocked, that familiar train sway, the kind that lulls you if you let it. Only this sway had a hitch in it, a wrongness, a too hard jolt every few seconds that told me the wheels were hitting something they were not supposed to. The smell was worse than before. Now there was no memory filter, no decades of distance. It was fresh, hot iron and sweat perfume and cheap fast food, the exhalations of too many people in a space that had not been built to handle panic. Red upholstery surrounded me. Hands gripped seat backs, knuckles white. A man across the aisle clutched the metal pole so hard, his fingers went bloodless. He wore a cap with the old Metro logo brim darkened with sweat. Somewhere up ahead, someone shouted. The words were swallowed by the grinding under our feet. I turned my head and looked out the window. The world outside was not the wooded grade from the old photos. It was gray as I knew it now, Embankment Creek graffiti on the bridge piers. The overpass above, newer now, patched and repainted. And there, standing just off the track near milepost 17.9, was a man in a reflective vest. He was half on the ballast, half on the slope, one arm thrown up to shield his face from the oncoming headlight. His other hand clutched a radio. The vest hung torn on one side. Even in the nightmare light, even with everything else shaking, I recognized his face. Mine. He looked terrified in a way I had never seen in a mirror. Eyes too wide, mouth open on a word I could not hear. For a second, our gazes locked through the filthy glass. The handprint on his neck, my neck stood out in stark contrast under the reflective stripes. The car lurched. People screamed. Something heavy tore loose overhead. I tried to move, to stand, to pound on the window, but my body stayed glued to the seat muscles, cemented in place. The last thing I saw before the world flipped and folded into itself was my own body outside, shrinking in the window as the car hurtled toward the curve, headlight bleaching him out, turning him into a pale smear. I woke up in my own bed with my fist clenched so hard my fingers ached. Breath sawed in and out of my chest. The room was dark. The floor was still. No phantom joints, no passing light. Just the hum of the AC and the distant hiss of tires on a road that stayed where the city had laid it. It took me a minute to convince my hand to open. When it did, something dry and fragile crinkled in my palm. A rectangle of paper lay there, crushed and warmed by my grip. It was yellowed, the edges, soft corners rounded from being handled too many times. The printing on it was faded but legible. Metro Transit, gray line below that in block letters, one way, adult, and under that in smaller text, a date. The ink had bled in places, numbers ghosting into one another, but the sequence was clear enough. The day of the derailment. Decades before I was born. The ticket smelled faintly of dust and something older, like it had spent years tucked into a wallet that had gone into the ground with someone who never made it home. My palm burned where it lay. Gray line had given me something, a souvenir or a claim check. 7.1. The hero upgrade. If you listen to the way a railroad talks about itself long enough, you start to recognize when it is lying. The week Western Metro went public with its hero upgrade, the whole yard started to sound like one long commercial. There were banners on the fences, big vinyl sheets snapped tight in the wind. Gray line reborn, safer, smarter, stronger. A local news crew rolled through one afternoon to film B-roll, shiny new signal housings, fresh ballast at the crossings, some poor bastard from management, pretending to tighten a bolt for the camera. Somebody had dug an old logo out of storage and slapped it on a podium. They called it the Integrated Brake Override and Collision Prevention Suite. Cutting-edge safety, the internal emails said. Real-time monitoring. AI-assisted anomaly detection. Bullet points stacked on bullet points. If a train came in too hot on the curve, the system would grab the brakes, even if the engineer did not. If a sensor thought the rail looked wrong, it would put the signal to red and lock the line until someone like me signed it off. The story practically wrote itself. Metro, humbled by past incidents, was sparing no expense to protect the future. There would be a ribbon cutting, a charity ride, families posing on the platform with balloons. The part the press kit did not mention was the closed-door meeting they called 3 days before the line went live. They packed us into a conference room above the yard. Inspectors, signal techs, a couple of engineers who had seniority on the new run. Someone had tried to make the place look professional, cheap, framed photos of trains on the walls, a fake ficus slowly dying in one corner, but you could still smell the old use in the carpet. Coffee spills, sweat. Too many long meetings where nobody really wanted to say what they meant. At the front, my supervisor stood next to a guy in a Metro polo who had never had grease under his nails. Corporate safety, I guessed. Behind them, a flat screen showed the Western Metro logo rotating slowly over a background of tasteful blue. First off, my supervisor said, "I want to thank you all." Gray wouldn't be where it is without the hard work of our maintenance and operations family. He got a few tired nods. Someone yawned behind their hand. Safety Polo took over. He had a smooth, practiced voice, the kind that slides in between words like incident and exposure without ever accidentally saying death or lawsuit. He walked us through the official narrative. The old derailment was a tragedy, yes, but also a thing of the past. We had learned. We had improved. This new system, the suite, would apply everything the company knew now to make sure nothing like that ever happened again. On the screen, an animation played a sleek, modern train gliding along a digital track. Green lines pulsed under it, representing healthy rail. A simulated defect popped up ahead, the lines turned red, and the cartoon train gently slowed itself before any passengers spilled their coffee. "You are the last line of defense," he said, smiling like that was something we should feel good about. "Your reports are vital. The system can only be as good as the data it gets." My fingers twitched at that. I thought of my tablet entries, all those careful phrases, embedded debris, slope, instability, no confirmed movement. How much data had I actually given it? How much had I let Gray keep for itself? Then the supervisor cleared his throat. "And there's something else," he said. The room shifted. Conversations died. People sat up a little. "We all know that tone. Gray has history," he said. "You've heard the stories. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you grown men and women what to believe on your own time. But I am going to be very clear about this. When you are on the clock, when you are in uniform, you do not talk about ghosts, or curses, or anything that belongs in one of those YouTube channels with the creepy thumbnails." A few guys snorted. Someone said amen under their breath. "Safety." Polo held up a placating hand. "Public confidence is fragile," he said. "We're investing a lot in restoring Gray. There's media interest, political interest. If you feed rumors, you're not just hurting the company. You're putting your jobs at risk. If writers feel unsafe, we all lose." His eyes swept the room, not quite stopping on anyone, but lingering just long enough that it felt personal anyway. My supervisor's gaze, on the other hand, did stop, dead center, on me. It was quick, half a second maybe. But we both knew why. There had been questions after my fall. Why the GPS had dropped. Why my radio had gone dead for a stretch of time that did not match the physical distances on my log. Someone had asked if I had experienced any unusual sensations. I had said no, except for the vibration. They had looked relieved. If I said the word train and ticket and bruise shaped like a hand that doesn't fit a human, I would not be sitting in that room anymore. I stared down at the table at my own hands. The skin at my wrist itched where the edge of the latent bruise on my neck disappeared under my collar. Off the record, my supervisor had told me in his office 2 days earlier, door half closed, coffee gone cold between us. "If you want to keep your benefits, your overtime, and your pension on track, you keep your reports boring, structural." You hear me? I had heard him. Now as Safety Polo clicked to another slide, this one with happy cartoon families boarding a stylized gray train, I heard him again. "We expect some sensitivity during this rollout," Polo said. "You may hear concerns from operators from the public. You keep your answers factual. We have upgraded. We have new technology. We have learned from the past. That is all." On the screen, the fake train rolled off into a perfectly rendered sunset. After the meeting in the hallway, Hank ambled up beside me with 2 styrofoam cups of coffee. He handed me one without asking if I wanted it. "You hear that, kid?" he said, voice low. "No more ghost stories. We're respectable now." "You ever feel respectable out there?" I asked. He shrugged, the motion making the reflective stripes on his vest twitch. "Steel does what it does," he said. "Company does what it does." I care about the rail. The rest of it can kiss my ass." He walked away before I could decide if that was comforting. Gray's new schedule hit the intranet that afternoon. PDF after PDF of times, and stops morning commuters heading downtown midday, runs full of retirees and kids' evening trains, bringing everyone back to their subdivisions and strip mall jobs. Every time I scrolled, my eyes snagged on the curves, on the gap between timetabled speeds and what Gray had shown me it wanted. With the override system management said we had a fail-safe, I kept thinking about how Gray did not need brakes when it decided it wanted to replay something. A couple of days before reopening, they gathered a smaller group in the operations center to watch the suite do its thing. The room was all glass and screens, a nerve center built during some previous push for modernization. Banks of monitors tracked train positions as colored rectangles moving along schematic lines. Numbers flickered beside them, speed signal status occupancy. Tonight, one entire wall was devoted to Gray. At the moment, it was nothing but a new wireframe drawing the branch in simple lines. The curve at 17.8 to 18.4 highlighted in yellow. There was a single little icon parked near the yard. The test consist still having its software arguments resolved by a technician with a laptop in the cab. "We're running a simulated traffic pattern," the IT lead explained, standing near a rack of servers that hummed softly. "We'll see how the system responds to projected loads throughout the day. Validate braking curves. Verify sensor thresholds. No live passengers, obviously." On the big screen, ghost trains started to move. Not my ghost trains. Little icons labeled with numbers sliding along the line according to some algorithm's idea of rush hour. As each one hit a section of track, the line changed color: green for safe, yellow for caution, red for this is where we pretend something went wrong so we can prove it won't. At first, everything behaved. A simulated commuter hit the approach to the curve. The system gently shaded the line, amber adjusted the speed, and dropped it back to green as the rectangle cleared. Text popped up: auto override. Brake curve adjusted within limits. The safety guy beamed like a proud parent. "That's our hero," he said, "doing what it's supposed to all on its own." People murmured approval. Someone made a joke about finally being able to nap at the controller desk. I watched the tiny gray models loop and loop up and down the branch, on time, predictable. Then, midway through one of the runs, a new label flickered into existence on the far left of the schematic, where the line met the yard. Gray 417. It was faint at first, like a watermark. A grayed-out icon, half-transparent, sitting just off the edge of the normal track display. "Is that one of the test IDs?" someone asked. The IT guy frowned. He tapped a few keys, zooming in on that section of the schematic. There it was, Gray 417, status delayed. Next to it in smaller text: last movement, no time, no date. Just a blank. "That's not one of ours," the IT guy said, more to himself than anyone else. His fingers moved faster. 417 isn't in the current fleet naming convention. Might be legacy data. Let me check. Legacy, like what my supervisor asked. Could be an old test, or an archive import, or corruption. He sounded annoyed now, as if the graphic had personally insulted him. Sometimes the old system burps up ghost records when we sync. It's cosmetic. Ghost records. He clicked deeper, pulling up tables full of numbers. For a second, the big screen mirrored his work, a raw data view, timestamps and codes and fields that would mean nothing to a normal person. My eyes snagged on one column, ETA, beside Gray 417, an entry blinked. 23:40. I glanced up at the digital clock on the wall. 23:35. 5 minutes. My skin crawled. The hair along the back of my neck, the part where the two long bruised fingers had been prickled. "Here we go," the IT guy said, oblivious. "Looks like some artifact from the archival migration. Same train ID tied to old incident logs. It shouldn't be in the live view." He highlighted the row, did something I could not see, and hit delete. On the big screen, the gray 417 icon flickered. For a second, it brightened solid opaque, like it was about to step fully into the map. Then it vanished. "Gone," the IT guy said. "No harm, no foul, just cruft." Everyone went back to watching the safe little colored rectangles do their loops. I did the math in my head. The original derailment, the one with the braces and the buried car, and all the words nobody at Metro wanted to say out loud, had happened during an evening run just past sunset on a school night. 4:17 p.m. departure. They had kept the number, buried it, pretended it did not matter. Now down in the embankment under the fresh ballast and newly graded slope, there were still pieces of that train. Bone, skin, seats that stank like the day they died. Up here on the safe side of the glass, we were trying to paint over it with brighter colors and kinder words. Hero upgrades, brake suites, anomalies. But Gray Line, on some level deeper than software, was still keeping its own timetable, and somewhere in whatever passed for its schedule, now Gray 417 had just tried to check in. 7.2. 2 trains, 1 curve. They said it was an honor, which was how I knew it was a bad idea. "Track familiarity," the supervisor said, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "You've walked Gray more than anyone. We want you in the first revenue run. Eyes on the curve from inside the consist. Observe behavior, reassure the crew. Makes everybody feel better." What I heard was, if something goes wrong where it went wrong before, we want you there to explain it away. So that was how I ended up in the leading car of the first full commuter on Gray Line, standing behind the bulkhead door with my back against the wall, an orange vest over my hoodie company badge hanging off my chest like a cheap shield. The train itself was one of the newer sets. Bright LED lighting, blue patterned seats that tried too hard not to show stains, brushed metal poles. Digital displays announcing each stop in a calm female voice. The cab sat in a little compartment up front, separated from the passenger area by a windowed door and a side panel of glass. From where I stood, I could see the engineer's shoulders, the top of his cap, the glow of his instrument panel. Behind me, Gray's new life buzzed. The car was full without being packed enough people that every sound multiplied. A guy in a reflective vest like mine, but a different color, dozed against the window lunch cooler between his boots. 2 teenage girls shared a set of earbuds, watching something on a cracked phone and laughing in little bursts. A woman in scrubs bounced a toddler on her knee, murmuring nonsense to keep him calm. His small sneakers kicked a rhythm against the seat. A man in a faded Browns hoodie scrolled through sports scores. An older lady held a grocery bag in her lap like it was a pet. A kid in a Minecraft t-shirt stared wide-eyed out the window, tracking every signal like it was magic. Regular people. The suite's displays in the cab showed everything green. I could see the corner of one screen from my angle speed readout, brake pipe pressure, a little schematic of the line ahead with the curve highlighted. Gray Launch 1 on the move, the engineer said into his mic as we rolled out of the station. Passengers aboard all doors, closed brake test good. Copy Gray Launch 1 dispatch, answered voice tinny through the cab speaker. You're clear to run the line. Enjoy your maiden voyage. The train glided through the first few miles like it had been doing this for years. The override system whispered to itself in the background, making micro adjustments we barely felt. The passengers relaxed in increments, a shoulder unclenched here, a nervous smile there. Out the left windows, the cityscape peeled away into that in-between zone: old warehouses, new condos, vacant lots, still deciding what they wanted to be. Out the right, I could just make out the embankment where I had found the buried car, the creek glinting brown in the last of the light. The sun was doing that late shift thing it does in fall, hovering just above the horizon, smearing orange along the tracks. The cab lights dimmed automatically as we left the brighter urban section screens popping a little more to compensate. We hit the lead-in to the grade. I felt it in my knees. The engineer Riley again sounded relaxed. His hand rested on the throttle with the kind of familiarity that comes from too many hours in too many cabs. The speed readout was a steady, respectable number, well within the curve's new limits. A little halo of green surrounded it on the display. Approaching curve 17.8, the suite's synthesized voice intoned on a small speaker, as if we did not both already know. Auto brake profiling active. Yeah, Riley muttered. I glanced down the length of the car. People swayed with the movement bodies doing that unconscious adjustment they do. One of the teens snapped a quick selfie, the other flashing a peace sign. The kid by the window pressed his palm against the glass, watching the trees rise up as we climbed. Then the lights flickered. It was not much a stutter, a split-second brownout. The bulbs hummed, dimmed to almost nothing, then popped back to full. Half the car made that involuntary little sound people make when the power blips, a mixture of nervous laughter and annoyance. For me, it was like someone had tossed me between two slides in a projector. In that razor-thin slice of time when the lights dipped, the world outside the windows changed. One moment I was looking at the embankment in late evening colors, the sky bruised purple at the edges, the graffiti on the bridge piers still readable. The next, everything snapped to a darker palette. Night, full night. No twilight gradient, no stars easing their way in. Just black above the line, heavy and moonless, pressing down. The sodium glow from distant roads looked weaker, swallowed by the dark. It only lasted a blink. The lights in the car surged back to full bright, and outside went right back to the just after sundown look it should have had. But something had come with the darkness and stayed. Out of the right-hand windows on the far side of the embankment, another train ran parallel to us. You do not forget the shape of it. Same profile as the one that had hit the curve in my not hallucination. Boxy cab, old paint windows, either shattered or so dirty they might as well have been. The cars behind it were mismatched, some old commuter stock, some that looked like they had been borrowed from other lines. It kept perfect pace with us, like a reflection in dirty glass. Except it was not in any reflection. It was riding the slope, pressed so close that parts of it seemed to sink into the dirt and concrete like the earth itself was providing the rails. From where I stood, I could see into both sets of windows, at once our cars on one side of the aisle, the ghost trains on the other. The overlay started subtle. In our car, people's reflections in the glass picked up weird shadows, edges not quite matching their owners' faces. The guy in the reflective vest yawned, his mouth stretching wide. For a heartbeat in the ghost window, his jaw went too far, skin-splitting teeth showing all the way back to where bone should have been. The mother in scrubs shifted her toddler from one knee to the other, humming into his hair. Out of the corner of my eye in the parallel car, a woman with the same posture sat with empty arms, the front of her uniform soaked, dark, something small and slack cradled against her that I could not quite bring myself to focus on. The teenage girls took another selfie. In the instant their phone screen flashed, their faces in our car were normal, annoyed, amused, one making a duck face. In the ghost car's window, two skull-like shapes stared back, skin peeled back, along the hairline braces gleaming where lips should have been. Passengers blinked, rubbed their arms, looked around. They could feel something even if they could not name it. The suite chimed a polite little ding that did not match my heart rate at all. Speed profile adjusting it announced. Brake assist engaged. I checked the display. We were still under the posted curve speed, but the line around the number had gone from green to yellow. The brake pipe pressure readout twitched, dropping a few psi, then stabilizing. In the cab, Riley's shoulders tensed. I could see the muscles bunch under his jacket. His right hand tightened on the brake handle. "I'm not touching it," he said loud enough that I could hear him through the thin wall. His voice had lost the casual edge. "You seeing this, sweet?" The system responded in the same calm tone as before. "Brake curve nominal. No user override detected." The pressure dropped again. This time it did not bounce back. The needle slid in a smooth, unnatural line, ticking down faster than any automatic adjust should have allowed. Somewhere under us, air was leaving places it needed to stay. The familiar soft whine of normal braking shifted into something harsher. A rapid-fire hiss that vibrated up through the floor. "Dispatch Gray Launch 1, we got a problem with the brake pipe," Riley said, keying his mic. There was a tightness in his voice I had not heard before. Pressures dumping without my input. His hand hovered over the emergency handle, not quite pulling. If he yanked it at this speed on this grade, we would be kissing the edge of stability. Before dispatch could answer, the world tilted. It was subtle at first, the kind of lean you feel when a high-speed train takes a curve the way it is supposed to. But then, it kept going. The floor slid under our feet just a few degrees more than comfort allowed. Passengers grabbed for poles for seatbacks for each other. A coffee mug rolled off a lap, hit the aisle, and careened toward the front, leaving a streak of brown. Someone's backpack thumped down books and a laptop skidding. The sound level in the car spiked. A kid yelped. The woman in scrubs swore under her breath, clutching her toddler tighter. Someone near the back laughed in that too-high way people laugh when they are hoping this is nothing. Under it all, like a backing track, came the noises I recognized from The Ghost, run the distant screech of metal pushed past its comfort. The deep rumble of weight shifting too far to one side. The ghost train outside matched our tilt. From the right-hand windows, I watched it move as if magnetized to us cars heaving in eerie sync. In its windows, the overlay had stopped being a trick of light and gone full double exposure. Every present-day face in our car had a partner over there. A man in a suit clutched his briefcase handle with white knuckles. Beside him in the twin car, another man in shredded business clothes held both hands over his stomach. Fingers pressed into a wound that would not close, eyes bulging. The teen girl's ghost counterparts had their mouths open too wide, chins slick with something dark, phones shattered at their feet. The kid by the window stared, eyes bright. In the parallel car, a boy about his age had his head at an angle necks are not supposed to manage, one arm bent backward, hand reaching for the glass, as if he could push through. The suite chimed again. Brake differential detected, it said, voice glitching just enough that a faint echo rode behind each word. Manual intervention recommended. "I told you," Riley snapped, yanking the handle. "I'm not, come on, come on." The handle vibrated under his grip, shuddering like it was caught between two forces. The feedback made his arm jerk. The emergency override lever rattled in its housing. Pressure numbers on the display spun down. Now the lean was unmistakable. The car's left side rose higher, right side dipping. Anyone standing slid toward the starboard wall, bodies pressed together in a shifting mass, breath and fear and skin. Bags went airborne. A stroller tipped, wheels spinning. People started to scream. It was not the chorus from the old audio logs yet, but it rhymed with it. Behind me, the noise hit in layers, a woman's shrill hold on a man's grunt, As he hit the pole, he had grabbed the sharp staccato of a child's crying, picking up speed. Floor panels groaned under our boots. Somewhere toward the rear, I heard the crash of a luggage rack surrendering. Out the right-hand windows, the embankment rose up. And there, exactly where it should not have been, and where I had seen it half buried in dirt and rock, a doorframe waited. It jutted from the slope at a slightly different angle now, as if the earth had shifted around it. The glass was gone, but the opening it framed was filled with movement. Not bodies, not faces, hands, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, a wall of bone and scraps of flesh, fingers splayed, reaching upward. Some were bare bone ivory, slick with the illusion of old wet. Others still had strips of tendon clinging bits of dried muscle. A few wore the tattered remains of sleeves cuffs, a watch band fused to one wrist. They moved in horrifying unison, not quite grasping, just waiting. As the car leaned further, as the tilt pushed us toward a line we all felt in our bones, the hands lifted to meet us, ready to catch the metal and skin and bone in a grip that would not let go. For a split second, in the glass between us and that slope, I caught my own reflection. My face floated there, overlaid with the skull I had seen jammed in that frame once before. My jaw, my eyes, my bruised neck. Gray Line was replaying its favorite scene. Only this time it did not want to stop at one train. It wanted to add a whole new consist to whatever inventory it was building in the dark under the ballast. 7.3. The call you might be hearing too. In the end, it was the thing they built to fix Gray that almost handed it everything it wanted. We were already past the numbers. The grade shouldn't have felt like that. Even with the lean, even with the brake pipe bleeding out, the suite's curve modeling said we had a margin. All the simulations we had watched in that glassed-in room had ended with tidy little green lines, not with the floor tilting hard enough that commuters were sliding across polished vinyl. But on that night, with the ghost train pacing us outside and the whole car pitching toward the embankment, there was no margin. There was only the sick, weightless half-second where I knew exactly how it had felt in the original 417 and understood in my bones that I was about to die in the same place for a different timetable. The wall of hands waited in the slope, pale bone and strips of gristle reaching up out of the dirt. The doorframe in the embankment felt so close I could have leaned out and touched it if that window had still existed in this version of the world. People were screaming now, not nervous chuckles, full-throated, chest-deep terror. The kid near the window lost his grip on the pole and skidded into his father. A coffee cup slammed into the bulkhead by my head and exploded hot liquid splashing my sleeve. Someone's elbow hit my ribs right where the earlier bruises sat. Pain flared white and electric. The suite chimed again, once a polite little tone that did not match anything about the way the car was moving. Then everything lurched. It felt like hitting a wall made of air. The forward momentum kept trying to pull us into the curve to finish what it had started decades ago. But something else clamped down hard all at once on every wheel that still meant anything to physics. The emergency brakes on a full commuter are not subtle. There is no gentle easing, no smooth ramp. When they hit like someone yanking the spine out of the train. The sound was a scream of metal on metal that seemed to rip straight through my teeth. Sparks exploded outside. Bright flashes strobed across the windows, casting everyone's faces in stop-motion horror. Bodies slammed forward, thrown against poles, against seat backs, against other bodies. The woman in scrubs curled herself around her kid, taking the brunt of the impact. The teens crashed into the seats in front of them, phones flying. A man went to his knees, hands slamming into the floor, hard enough that I heard the crack of skin splitting. For a moment, gravity forgot which way it wanted to go. The lean sharpened, then jagged back the other direction, like the whole consist was teetering on the edge of its own center of mass, trying to decide whether to fall. Every memory of the old wreck roared through the car at once. I saw it not just with my eyes, but behind them. Two trains, one curve overlapping like double-exposed film. Ours new and bright and full of people who thought they were just going home. The other rusted and crumpled, stuffed with bodies that had never left. For a heartbeat, all those faces lined up. In the right-hand windows, in the glass of the cab door, in the reflection, in the black screen of someone's dead phone, I saw the ghost passengers. Their necks bent at angles they had earned the hard way. Their mouths hung open, teeth cracked, tongues swollen, eye sockets collapsed or missing entirely. Blood clot dark in dried streams across cheeks and chests. Braces gleaming, jewelry twisted into flesh. They turned, not toward the hands on the slope, not toward the curve, toward the front of the car, toward me. Every hollow gaze, every smashed face, every shattered jaw pivoted in unison to look past the live passengers and right into the little glass panel where I stood. There was disappointment there somehow. Not that they were living through this again. That part I was starting to understand might have become a reflex for them. They were disappointed the ending had changed, that whatever Gray had been trying to do, whatever script it kept forcing us to read, was being edited by a new piece of safety code that did not care about old ghosts. But under that, in the way their empty eyes fixed on me, was something worse: recognition. They knew me now, not just as some guy on the track, as someone who had walked where they lay, touched the dried blood on the tie, held the tooth in his hand. Someone who had sat in their car, looked out through their glass, watched himself from both sides. The brakes squealed one last time, a drawn-out howl that tapered into a shuddering groan. We stopped. Not gracefully, not exactly in control, but upright, on the rail. When the train finally came to rest, there was silence. Not real silence, people were crying, gasping, swearing, but that hollow, disbelieving quiet people fall into when they cannot process why they are still alive. The ghost train outside did not roll away. It just wasn't there anymore. One blink, it had been pressed against us, matching us, trying to drag us past the point the physics wanted. Next blink, there was only the embankment, the creak, the graffiti. No door frame, no hands. The suite chimed almost cheerful. Brake override successful, it announced. Speed within safe range, no derailment detected. The system had earned its press release. Metro spun it fast. By the time paramedics worked their way down the cars, checking bruises and concussions, someone in a suit with a company badge was already on the scene, talking to engineers and police, smoothing everything into phrases they could control. Minor brake anomaly. Automatic systems engaged exactly as designed. A testament to Western Metro's commitment to safety. They did not put microphones in front of the woman whose kid would not stop shaking, or the man who had to be helped off with a broken wrist, or the teen who had vomited into her tote bag when the world tipped. They certainly did not ask the guy in the orange vest near the cab what he had seen outside the windows. Internally, they called it an incident. Externally, it became a 3-paragraph article on the local news train stops, short of curve, nobody killed. Safety heroics praised. A quote from Safety Polo about robust new protections. A shot of Gray pulling into the station the next day, doors opening, people stepping out like nothing had happened. I did not see the article when it first ran. By then I was already on leave. The official line was that I needed time to recover from my previous fall from workplace stress. They framed it like they were being kind. Gave me a packet about counseling. Off the record, in the supervisor's office, the language was different. "There's a lot of attention on Gray right now," he said, not quite meeting my eyes. "Safety PR the board. You've been in the middle of a lot of noise. Might be better for everybody if you stepped back for a while." "For how long?" I asked. He slid an envelope across the desk. It was heavier than it looked. "Long enough," he said. I didn't see my name on the schedule after that. My badge still opened the front gate for a week, then it didn't. HR calls stopped getting returned. The deposit in my account was big enough that any lawyer I might have thought about calling would have heard the quiet part of the deal without anyone having to say it. So I moved. If you pull up a map and look for my place, you won't find any tracks nearby. That was deliberate. I picked the apartment complex because the nearest rail line is miles off on the other side of town. Second-floor unit. Off-white walls, thin carpet, the same standard-issue fridge hum as every other place like it. A parking lot outside with more rust than paint on the cars. Sodium lights buzzing. Far from any tracks, I told myself, standing in the middle of the empty living room the first night, listening to the dull thud of a neighbor dropping something on the floor above. You got away from it? The first time the horn came through the building, I was half asleep on the couch. It started as a vibration under my feet, the coffee table shivering just enough that the remote slid a fraction of an inch. The ice in my glass chimed against the sides. Then, from somewhere below the slab foundation, a horn bled up. Not the clean, high-pitched blast of the commuter sets that run on the active lines. A lower, muffled bellow strangled by concrete. The same quality I had heard that first night in my old apartment, like someone screaming into a steel pipe 3 floors down. The glass on the framed print over the TV rattled. I muted Netflix. The room did not get quieter. The horn faded, leaving a rattle behind clack, 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 that rolled under the floor and out toward the hall. I told myself it was pipes. It was always pipes or HVAC or some idiot in the parking lot with a bad bass system. Then, a few nights later, the TV made up its own mind. I was in the kitchen rinsing dishes, talking myself into sleep, when the sound from the living room changed. The dialogue cut off mid-sentence. The score vanished. In its place came a thin, tinny ding. Ding! Ding! I dried my hands on my shirt and walked back to find the screen still showing some sitcom scene laugh track faces frozen mid-gesture, but the speakers were playing crossing bells. Not a recording from a show. Not a sound cue I recognized. Metro's bells. The exact pitch and tempo from a specific gray crossing that should have been miles away and buried under years. The moment my shadow touched the screen, the audio snapped back. Studio laughter filled the room like it had never left. Sometimes it is the windows. On still nights when the breeze is low, I sit at the little table by the sliding glass door and pretend to read. The parking lot lights smear orange across the asphalt. Plastic bags skitter. Somewhere a dog barks bored. And then, in the reflection on the glass, a shape slides past that does not exist in the world outside. A car window where there should be my own, rows of seats behind it, empty or not. If I focus too hard, the faces resolve and I have to look away. The faint impression of a hand gripping a pole. A smear on the glass exactly where someone's head would hit if the world tipped wrong. Through all of this, I have been writing. That is why you are hearing my voice now, secondhand, through the mouth of whatever guy your favorite horror channel hired to read this email. If he left the raw audio in, and I hope he did, it is the only honest way to do this. There is a chance you are hearing some of it in the background. The low horn that does not quite match any line you know. The soft rattle under his microphone like wheels hitting old joints where there should be solid floor. Maybe it is nothing. Maybe you are in your car right now, this playing over Bluetooth as you drive a route you could run in your sleep. Wipers thumping dashboard, glowing trains, just something you cross over or under without thinking. Maybe you are in your kitchen, elbows deep in dishwater, phone propped against the backsplash, letting the story fill the empty air while your fridge hums and the neighbor's washing machine thumps through the wall. Maybe you are in bed, lights off, one earbud in balancing the phone on your pillow. The hallway outside your room is dark. There are no tracks for miles. Trains are a sound you only ever hear in other people's stories. When this video ends, your house or car or apartment will go back to its regular noises. The fridge will click on. The heater will cycle. Pipes will knock. Someone outside will slam a car door or laugh too loud on their way past your window. But if in the next few nights you hear a train pass your house when you know there are no tracks, if your glass of water ripples on the nightstand in a rhythm that feels too regular, if the TV audio cuts to a faint crossing bell for just a second, if the floor under your bed buzzes with a clack that seems to move from one end of the room to the other, do yourself one favor. Do not rush to the window. Glass remembers. It remembers every face that has pressed against it, every hand that has slapped it, every moment it has watched the world rip itself open and then pretend nothing happened. Sometimes, if you look too fast, it does not bother to show you what is really outside. It shows you who is already on board, waiting for you to notice. And if you have listened this far, focused hard enough to picture the curve, the car, the hands, and the slope, you have already laid down a piece of gray in your own head. You opened a little stretch of track between my apartment and wherever you are, using nothing but sound. Gray Line kept its shiny new timetable. Metro got its hero story. But somewhere between those signals and your speakers, something else is still running its own schedule.